must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Work.
Okay.
Animals are dumb as shit.
Okay, we're live, everyone. Thanks for listening. It was. I'm sure you guys was the first thing you guys heard was about the VR sets for cows, but I'm sure you will explain it later.
That's really the first thing they heard.
Yeah, they heard you laughing.
Oh well, it happens.
Hey, so we're also live on the revolution in the streets. Okay, so it says in the title this is like a police brutality special. I'm not sure. We have got plenty of things to discuss because we've been not been live like last Thursday, but yeah, the police brutality is getting really bad. How is it with you guys in the U.S.?
I'd say cops are more skittish lately. I'm not gonna lie. That's just been my experience with them. They're more paranoid about what they're doing, second guessing themselves what they should be doing. I think what happened last year sent a clear message to the law enforcement community that that can't do whatever the fuck you want.
You mean that George Floyd thing, right?
Yeah. Everything that happened last, Breonna Taylor, all that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Taylor too. Yeah. Okay. And here it's going like really wild. It's like it's at the point here, like in Western Europe, like here in the Netherlands, but also in Belgium today again, that it is like so stuff is happening that we have never seen in our lives, right? Like we never expected this, that they would treat activists like this, like in the streets. Like they're beating up these random old people and stuff that they're clearly no threat to any of these cops, and they're getting beaten up in the middle of the street, and they know everyone is filming it, and that's the thing. They know everyone is filming it. They're not scared anymore. They're going out with their faces and stuff, beating up people. They want people to see it for some reason at this point.
You're probably right. It might be on for two purposes, but at the same time, at what point when you get in whatever country you are and you're enforcing the laws, at what point does your vow of office say that you're going to beat old people? You know, that's just morally wrong. You know. Remember that one guy? There was kind of a famous video scene where there's a video of a cop shoving face. He puts his hand and he shoves this old person and knocks him out, and there's blood everywhere. He cracked his head. And what are you doing? What? When you woke up in the morning, what made you? I mean, is that what? I mean, you I don't even know.
Did I show you that short clip of that lady that they just like sprayed her in the face with that water cannon? They were like meters away, a few feet away. It's like this lady was just like standing like, next to this like stone wall, right? And they knew she was standing next to a wall with her head, right? And then they just stand next to her, like a few feet away, and they spray her right in the face with a water cannon, and she beats her head to the wall, and like she walks, like I think she walks. It's funny, interesting. She was even able to walk, but her entire face was like covered in blood and stuff.
Jesus.
Yeah, those water cannons are not safe, and they're not non-lethal. You can actually rip out.
They call them non-lethal.
No, you can kill somebody with the water.
Yeah, okay.
You can kill somebody with water. Yeah, you can kill somebody with high-powered water cannons. It's very possible.
Absolutely.
It can also rip skin off too.
Of course. Enough pressure. I mean, it's insane that they call those non-lethal, and then they also say that the heat cannons are non-lethal, and if you get close enough to one of those, it can fucking start roasting your insides and do damage long-term and short-term to your organs.
I mean, it's common misconception that the human body is resilient, which it is designed to be resilient, but, every once in a while you hear about these cases, where even like a school fight, kid hits a guy in the head once, very lightly, dies because of pulling of blood. Like, nothing is non-lethal, and, I'm not even sure if law enforcement is aware of all of that, Even tasers can kill somebody if they have heart problems.
Yeah, if somebody has a heart problem, they can die from a taser. And I was in that situation before myself, with being tasered, and I have heart problems, and I was saying, "Yo, I got heart problems. Stop!" Like, okay, all right, you win. You don't have to fucking tase me, dude. Like, but I mean, they're trained, and that's the thing too. They're trained to react certain ways to certain situations, and in the U.S., they're trained by Israeli defense. I mean, it's well fucking known that the police chiefs and commanders and whatever, they go over to Israel to train and then come back and then teach the underlings of the lower rank cops.
Yeah.
Well, what we're seeing in Europe is very interesting, because those aren't local cops. They aren't military. It looks like they are UN police.
Really?
Or EU. It's either EU police or fucking UN. But it's basically the same fucking thing. I mean,
Oh, yeah?
yeah, they're for all these COVID protests, they got police that are on the streets that aren't local police. They are look to be like spooks from the EU or the UN. And, they are the ones that are defending the streets. Defending was a air quote, but you can't see me.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you guys saw Niels Meltzer speaking up. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of the United Nations. I mean, it's a horrible globalist pushing organization in itself. But Niels Meltzer, who's done amazing work for Julian Assange, he has also spoken out against police violence in France, Germany, and the Netherlands, and he pointed to two videos. One of last year that happened in The Hague, where a police dog was attacking a protester, and at the same time these police were beating up this protester while he was already on the ground. They kept just beating, and that was last year. And then a video of last weekend in Amsterdam where something similar happened again with this police dog, and they seem to not learn from it, or they're doing it on purpose. But Niels Meltzer spoke out about it. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh no, I was saying this. Oh God, not even 2 months ago. Why aren't the cops using fucking the same shit we use for fucking rabid animals and shit? Why aren't they just using chemical restraints? Like we use for animals, like anesthetics and darts and shit. I'm really not joking, though. You know?
Okay.
You know, there's a way of subduing a subject without being violent. Knock him out.
Yeah.
Knock him out. Just go to sleep. I don't know.
Oh, Steve just replied here.
What?
Steve.
Well, I didn't say anything wrong yet, did I?
No, I'm just saying he replied that. Oh, did I mess? That's the wrong one. Oh no, I messed the right one.
I don't know.
You're asking for other people to come on, so I mean, he just replied. I don't know if he's gonna come on, but.
I mean, like they've tried all sorts of shit all over the years, you know, for non-lethal stuff. But I don't know what needs to be done to change the fucking, you know, change the police other than like defunding the police doesn't work. It just increases crime. So I don't know what the fucking solution is.
But here's the thing: it's not. It's going to increase crime. It's going to increase private policing, and you don't want private police. If you defund the police, you're defunding local public police. Then the privatized prison is going to come in and say, "Okay, well, we're going to offer you a solution, and you have to pay X, Y, and Z, and we will supply privatized police force." But a privatized police force is going to be a lot more brutal than a fucking local police force.
And expensive. More expensive.
Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously, but yeah. So that's why I never agreed with the whole defund the police thing, because
Yeah, that's
it's
stupid.
not going to do anything but allow privatized police to come in and fuck us up even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody thinks about that.
Yes, Voltaire, we are reading the live chat, so you can just post whatever you want.
Yeah, I was watching. I was driving around and you know, I think LAPD. I think they have drones and shit like flying around. Yeah, I think I saw one like about 4 months ago. It had like red and white flashers on it, but I wasn't sure. It looked too expensive to be private. Fucking cops flying drones over the fucking concrete jungles, looking for crime or whatever the hell they're doing. Can anybody hear me? This is dead air.
No, we hear you.
Yeah, now they're trying to implement the same shit that in LA they did in Chicago with those fucking detectors that determine like where a gunshot has happened. Those things don't solve any crimes. They can't solve crimes in Chicago and they can't solve crimes in LA. It's just another piece of technology they're using to fucking eavesdrop on you.
Well, it's all being set up for pre-crime. That's what it is.
Yep, exactly.
It's funny though, because it's like fucking years ago talking about pre-crime. Everybody calls us crazy, and then now
It's real.
There was a bill that was introduced under the Trump administration by Bill Barr in the DOJ that literally said about pre-crime and how pre-crime algorithms could help deter criminal activity. What? Bro, like, what the fuck? I can't, man. Pre-crime algorithms can help deter criminal activity. And what are these algorithms? Oh, well, that's a state secret. It's insane.
Yeah, what do they even mean by that? Like, pre-crime. That sounds like thought crime to me.
It is. There was tests that was done in Florida. There was tests I think was done in where was it? It was I think Atlanta. Maybe Steve knows.
Huh.
Where were the pre-crime tests done? I know Florida was one area.
So Florida, and then they've done, let's see.
Is it Oregon or Georgia, or where is it?
Oregon, and then I think Maryland has a couple now, too.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Maryland, Florida.
Because I saw Activist Post had a story about a month ago that I remember covering that I'm almost positive was out of Maryland.
Well, some news on that. The guys at Activist Post, they can't afford to keep it going, so they are selling it. They're going to be selling it to whoever wants it. So, yeah, they can't afford to keep it going. It's too much time for them, and they're not getting anything back from it. It's.
Are you saying they're selling the entire site, Activist Post?
Yes.
Okay.
So if somebody wants to buy it, then get in contact with me because I can put you in contact with them. But yeah, they're selling everything. I was surprised too. I was like, damn, because Activist Post was one of the last ones around, to be honest, when it comes to alternative media, independent media. Activist Post was one of the last, and I know a few months ago they started having problems paying writers. They reached out to me. I tried to help them get more funds through Hive, and then we have some dickheads over at Hive just downvoting everything with a lot of power, and I can't fucking do anything about it. And my networks can't do anything about it. Yeah, well, that's that censorship, right? That's the way you look at it, right? But it's not censorship, right? Because it's monetary censorship. It's not censorship of the content. I complained to Hive about that. I complained to him, and I was like, "Look, you've lost all of these creators because of you won't do anything against your abusive users that are just flash downvoting people for whatever reason, and they're actually putting in work and content, and then you're allowing this to go on, and without any type of recourse to the users, or there needs to be some type of moderation in place, and they don't have it. They only have just like downvotes and upvotes as moderation, and flags of posts where something's like illegal content or something like that, but there's nothing there where it's moderation of the network. So, I mean, I like Hive, but they won't do anything. So they're losing creators, and they're losing Activist Post, and Activist Post is now basically dead. So, clap, clap, clap. Told you guys it would happen. And, I tried to save it for fucking many years. And nobody else cares, it seems. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, no, I know that you've written for them on and off, but I mean, they've done really consistent work over the years, and shit, dude. I mean, I'll send it out. I'm sure basically everybody that I know already knew about that too. But I mean, we've got to, I guess, cheer on the people that are still kind of doing it too. There's Blacklisted News, Last American Vagabond Unlimited, Hangout, Beely's blog. What Eva Bartlett's doing. There's antiwar.com, a couple of other outlets.
Antiwar is ran by one guy.
Is it?
It's like 3 now.
Oh, did they actually? Okay, well, I'm not trying
Yeah,
to dox anybody.
Scott got a little love over the last like 6 months.
Well, anyway, yeah, I'm not trying to dox
love.
anybody, like anti-war or anything, but it was just, from what I know, it's been ran by one guy for like the past couple years, and that's because they can't afford to pay any writers either. None of these places can afford to pay fucking writers because we all got fucking censored. We all got ad share blocked by all these big corporate companies, and nobody tried to reach out and make deals with other companies that might support. Like I've got a few like hemp companies and stuff like that, but I mean, like nobody reached out to other companies besides me. As far as I know, I don't know anybody else who actually tried to save alternative media.
Yeah, a lot of them are dying out.
Yeah, they've been for years.
Yeah, I remember. It's ever since 2016. They've all been kind of in decline.
Yep. 2016, because that's when they started to fucking put us into a blacklisted search. They put us in a blacklisted search on all of these search engines, and then they also did it through. They put us in blacklisted search for the ad companies. So if you go and apply for a ad company thing, all of a sudden it'll come back that you're blacklisted, and you can't get
I can
ad share
attest
from
to
it.
that over the last year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude. Once YouTube had it in for us in like February of 2020, there have been a number of other places where I've tried to get the show through a pay service, and no.
Have you tried like I don't know, I've even thought about it for this show, but it's just too difficult because there would have to be money involved. But I'm not sure what the streaming options are for what's it called, Spotify. But I know they're opening up more for podcasts now.
Yeah, I need to do a whole audio only thing with the show, and I haven't yet, and I should, but
Spotify is not audio only. It's also
yeah, they do streaming video, but what I'm saying is that like the reason it wouldn't work for us is because you would have to sign up with what they call virtual like management. It's just a company, you pay for the licensing rights and shit, but it just wouldn't work for us. But maybe for you it might work,
I don't know. I mean, like there's one of our show, our Slow News Days carried once a week on Spotify because we're on Aftermath.fm too, and Aftermath has a Spotify channel. So through Aftermath, our content gets out, but it's not like we're seeing anything from it.
Right. Oh, yeah, they don't pay anything. They only pay like 0.005 per stream. That's it. That's like I think it's like that's where it starts at. It goes up.
It's right up there with like SoundCloud.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like I'm your only hope.
You get like half a cent for each stream.
So it sounds like to me. It sounds like I'm your only hope with actually building something that is. Or helping build something that is viable for content creators and gives content creators back the power that we all kind of deserve. I mean, I've been at this for fucking 5-6 years. Why the fuck you think I even started doing this? Like I saw in 2016 when I started seeing everything that I was seeing, I knew that if I didn't do something, like all these sites would start to die. I mean, unfortunately, all these sites are starting to fucking die because, delays happened with us and we couldn't get things out the door. And we had bad developers that literally fucking tried to screw us over. But, I mean, we're almost there. We're knocking at the door. We're close. And we'll be integrating video. And I just closed the partnership for Watch to Earn. So users will be able to watch videos and earn while watching a video, and the creators will also get something from that, and plus post rewards, everything. I'm helping build the most lucrative creator platform there ever has been, because I want to take on YouTube, I want to take on Twitter, I want to take on Facebook, and Facebook's trying to start paying people now. Like,
They're a little late in the game. A little late in the game for that.
yeah, well, I want to take on all these motherfuckers, and I want to outdo them for how much money that creators can make on the platform. And if I do that successfully, everybody will mass leave these platforms. There's no reason for them to stay, because all of a sudden there's a new platform where they can make 10 times what they were making, or 5 times what they were making on all these other platforms. And Twitter, you don't even get paid anything, right? Oh, I'm sorry. They introduced something new where you can now get paid for subscriber content. Big fucking whoop-de-doo. It's like Patreon.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't even think it's worth the time.
Greetings.
No, it's not. It's not. And they do, like, people are trying to make Twitter Spaces a thing, or still trying to make, like, Clubhouse a thing, and that's not really working out either.
That was a bad idea.
Clubhouse
That was a
got
bad
hacked.
idea.
Like, I have their database. Maybe I shouldn't.
No, it's
say
not
that.
even that. You guys remember the old frack days in the 90s when they used to have party lines? Remember that shit? It didn't work then, and it won't work now. Nobody wants to get into a party line. It didn't work in the 90s, and it won't work in 2020s.
It's Twitter Spaces.
It's just how you get a whole bunch of people in a room. I mean, if that's the foundation of your platform, then you don't have much. Of people talking in a room.
It was $1 billion company. It raised to $1 billion
Anybody hear me?
valuation. Yeah. It was $1 billion company. They had 5 million users, but then they got hacked, and they got hacked. They had 5 million of their users. Tyler left. Oh. They had 5 million of their users hacked, but not only their users got hacked, but everybody's contacts from those 5 million users got hacked as well. Yeah. So, it was uploaded to the darknet, and that data is readily available on the darknet publicly for free. Anybody can go get that, and if you have that data, I mean, you can pretty much dox anybody, because you have everybody's contact information, name, phones, everything. But, like, the thing is, like, when that hack happened is when the downfall of Clubhouse started. It started to have a cliff, right? And then, all of a sudden, Twitter introduces Twitter Spaces. They copied it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I like Twitter Spaces. Here's the thing. And here's the major thing. It's only for cell phones. It doesn't work properly on desktop. And it doesn't make sense. You can't be a fucking multi-billion-dollar company and not have the ability to have voice chat on a desktop. Like, that doesn't make sense. And then you only have it for your mobile users. There's people who don't use the mobile app. They only use the desktop, like myself. And here's the thing. Like, I don't understand why they wouldn't be able to integrate it into the desktop version.
Because they're lazy.
It's honestly, like, all you have to do to beat Twitter is develop that a little bit better and have like an actual ability for people to speak on desktop through the web. What is it? WebRTC. Yeah. WebRTC. So, I mean, honestly, it's just stupid. It's just stupid that the way that they rolled it out and developed it and this and that. But being in the crypto space, man, I'll tell you, like Twitter Spaces, everybody uses it.
I particularly don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not
I don't use Twitter
the.
Spaces.
Yeah, that's not the corner of the Twitter sphere that I really swim in though. Like I've seen like a couple of fucking, I don't know, Q list comedians try to rally up some love, and then like some Twitter commies trying to fucking jerk each other off. But that's about it.
Sir, did you just say Q list or comedians?
Yeah. Yeah, not like you know, like a list, B list, D list. They're somewhere around Q.
What did you use?
Oh, QRS, yeah.
Yeah. Why did you use
Careful
the
the use
Q
of
here?
Q. Yeah, careful the use of Q here.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
No,
You can't.
not
You
without
can't
No,
say
I'm
the
first.
letter,
reclaiming
bro.
the letter. We're taking it back to mean everything else but those idiots.
I'm just saying, I'm not gonna fuck
I'm
sake
doing it.
without the first.
I'm planting the fucking flag right now. Right now, we're doing it.
I'm planting the flag and I'm seeding
You
the
means
seed.
all the shit
That's
it used to mean in 2015, dude. It means the weirdo from Star Trek. It means the guy from James Bond. Anything you want. It's a fucking letter again. God damn
I'm
it.
feeling some passion. I'm feeling some Alex Jones passion here.
Yeah,
It's a good podcasting moment.
I have
Good
to put out
podcasting.
disclaimer again here, like because okay, I'm sorry for all the Q listeners right now. I know we're broadcasting on a Revolution in the Streets channel too now, and just I know most of you are QAnon listeners, so I'm going to say like this is just opinions of people on the show. It's like everyone is free to listen, whatever.
You're free to listen, but if you still believe in Q, you believe in Santa.
I know, but
No.
Q is bigger than ever right now here in Europe, so it's like
No, because people actually go to links. I don't know. I think Santa's a better coordinated psyop.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
That
you
affects
watch
more
more
people.
about what you said about Santa. I understand you're upset right now, but you take those words back.
Fine, the fucking Easter Bunny then. Insert fucking.
You shut your blasphemous mouth.
Insert mythical frickin' holiday creature here.
Yeah, no, I think in scale we're more on par with Kwanzaa.
I'm cool with that.
No one's gonna step up for that. Oh,
No, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with Kwanzaa. Have you got your candles? And they better be beeswax candles.
Yeah. You know what I do? I have a ceremonial.
If they're scented candles, we're kicking you right out.
No. Scented candles are for sexy time. Everyone knows
You know,
that.
I never
Exactly.
actually met anybody who celebrated Kwanzaa. I never actually met anybody.
My brother and I would get ceremonial dashikis and the candles, and then celebratory Pabst Blue Ribbon.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Sounds like a fun Friday night.
Isn't
the idea-
Kwanzaa one of those newer holidays too?
Yeah, the early 70s, and I believe the person who created it later, like, either disavowed or was like, yeah, I just kind of made that up.
I always thought it was like. I actually never knew what the hell it was. I thought it was like, you just wake up and you give each other fruits or something. I don't know.
I found
It
out.
sorta-
I found
it
out
went
about
out
it
of
through
fashion
Futurama.
right after the death of conscious hip hop. Like it was almost the replacement. Like as soon as the Pan Africa medallion stopped showing up in every Yo MTV Raps video, they kicked fucking Chuck D and fucking Poor Righteous Teachers off the fucking airwaves, and it was all like money and bitches and shit. That's when they really started pushing Kwanzaa as a holiday too. It's kind of I'm
found
not
out
saying
about-
it's connected, but if we have a Q audience, then hey, it's connected, and there'll be a drop about it in 3 months. And you heard it here first. Maybe I'm Q.
I found out about Kwanzaa through Futurama.
Really?
Really?
I recently introduced my children to Futurama, and I felt bad because they apparently hadn't done that enough to where it stuck when they were little.
Oh, it's
love
all right.
that
It's
show.
never too late.
That's great.
They'll get it as they get older.
Oh yeah. No, dude, my teenager is hilarious.
You don't give like presents for Kwanzaa?
I honestly
I'm just
don't
gonna
know.
stop you guys before you alienate the entire community who do celebrate Kwanzaa.
Hey, I'm not dissing anyone's flavor, man.
I really don't know a hell of a lot about it. Really, I don't.
Oh, dude, really?
I'm not dissing anyone's flavor, man.
Okay, well, when our children grow up, there probably will be suicide boots. But the thing I heard...
Wait, what?
Yes, you have suicide boots in Futurama. But the thing is, like, you have that whole Omicron thing going on. I heard that first in Futurama too. Just saying.
And you have to pay for those booths too.
Right, it was just aliens who eat humans are like from Omicron, Persei 8.
Yes.
Yes. No, that's what. As soon as the Omicron variant was announced, Sleepy and I were talking about how it was he thought it was more transformery, Omicron. Fucking that. Then I thought all I kept seeing was Futurama.
Futurama.
Actually, when they first announced the Omicron thing, first thing that came to my mind was the Armatron. And I thought it was a watch, but it's actually like some 80s fucking mechanical toy. Armatron.
Do I have good news for you guys? Because they just found a new variant, and it's now called the Delta Macron.
The Delta Macron.
Yeah, Deltacron. They also have the Flurona.
Is it correct?
Flurona?
I'm not kidding, man. They are dropping remixes. They're dropping remixes like it's the fucking mid '90s, early 2000s.
Now you got the measles Roma. Now you got the pneumonia Roma. And
it's coming. Well, no, Tyler,
pneumonia Roma. Pneumonia Roma is just COVID
they
pneumonia.
Reclassified. In 2020, they came up with the PIC index now that classifies pneumonia, influenza, and coronavirus all into the same count. So you're right. As
long as we don't get the syphilis Rona, I mean.
No, but Fauci already did that when he gave everybody AIDS, and so now you can have like herpes or syphilades. Or herpelades, which is really bad. But no matter what, you're getting the AIDS.
I have a song for that. Give me a sec. There is a song for that, and it's called "Everyone Has AIDS."
Oh, I've heard this.
Oh, you've heard it?
Didn't Dave Chappelle make it?
I'm just trying to keep it hip.
That it's not HIV. But full-blown AIDS. I'm really sorry. I wish it was something less serious.
Is that like the South Park episode?
No, Family Guy.
With Magic Johnson?
Yeah, that's where my head went.
Family Guy.
I thought it was Team America, I thought. Isn't that it? That movie, Team America, is from the South Park makers?
No, yeah, it is.
Yeah. That's Stone and Trey Parker.
Oh, it is. It is Team America.
Yeah, they sing that stuff. Like, everyone is AIDS and stuff.
Oh, no. That's not one of my favorite movies, though.
Yeah, they did some weird shit over there. They did, like, Cannibal the Musical. It was about, like, the Donner Party.
Yeah,
that was, like, their first movie. Yeah, it was pretty weird. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Vampire Slayer, they have to.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, a lot of their early stuff was kind of out there.
Toxic Avenger, they have to.
Oh, Orgasmo, where the Mormon porn stars. That was a hilarious movie.
Don't forget Show the Boy.
Those guys went to college with the dudes from Ween. They're fucked up. They're wacky.
Fucking what's his name? Ron Jeremy's in a lot of trouble. He was in that movie too. in a lot of trouble right now.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, 'cause
He should be.
He used to go around fucking, basically flashing his penis and raping women. And,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, here's the thing though about Ron Jeremy, right? All of that stuff was well fucking known for years. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think this was a situation that it popped up overnight.
No, it was well fucking known. It was well known that he would go up to women that he found attractive and would try to basically rape them. And in some cases, he did rape them.
Oh yeah.
Who's this guy?
He's a porn star from the 70s and 80s.
How don't you know
Is
Ron?
he still
Jeremy?
alive?
Yeah, he's still alive. He's like in his 60s.
No,
We should fix that.
Uh-oh. You can't say that on the air, fat man.
I sure can. No one likes a rapist. Fuck him.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm sorry. I can be frank about that. And if
You know,
anyone has
speaking
any
of,
issues,
rape-
please hit me up.
Speaking of rape, Ghislaine Maxwell and that whole case, and how I love this. I fucking love it. How her lawyers are now trying to argue to throw the case out because one of the jury members just happened to be a sexual abuse survivor, and because he is a sexual abuse survivor, I did not say he's a sexual abuse survivor. They are saying that the case was biased because the jury was influenced by him.
Well, and that he didn't disclose it during the selection
too.
process and then went to the media.
Why
and
would you
said,
disclose personal
"My
information like
experience
that?"
influenced my decision to the media.
Speaking about things that you can't say, I believe that these lawyers should be disbarred and then thrown into a lion pit. Yeah, a lion pit.
Do you know why they bury lawyers deeper than normal people when they die?
Why?
Because deep down, they're really good people. What do lawyers and sperm have in common?
I don't know.
They both have a 1 in 3 million chance of becoming human.
That's funny.
I'm here for the lawyer jokes, bro. I am. Keep them coming. I love that shit.
I've got to look some more up. I wasn't prepared.
Oh. Well,
Those were ones I prepared earlier.
Well, makes sense.
Oh, man.
But yeah, just like and when these comes to these lawyers, these Hollywood lawyers, they're the same lawyers over and over again protecting these fucking predators in Hollywood. There's all these fucking cancellation movements and everybody trying to cancel everybody, but then you leave the lawyers alone that are defending them? I'm not saying the lawyers should be canceled, but the lawyers should be canceled.
Well, it's okay. So it's the thing if you can, and this is kind of what they tried to do with Ghislaine Maxwell too, and Jeffrey Epstein. You can make somebody the face of the bad thing, and you can make that person go away. In the collective consciousness, that problem has been solved. If you really wanted to get at the Me Too shit, you would go through the agencies that represent these people. You would go through the people who fund those agencies, and the various governments and intelligence agencies that allow for their complete and total international trafficking of humans and all of that shit, because it's all linked together. But no, you go after Harvey Weinstein while ignoring Bryan Singer.
Funny that.
Kevin.
It's funny that.
Well, funny thing about Harvey Weinstein and Bryan Singer is they were both
Best friends?
Friends with Epstein.
You know, I am so surprised. Like, wow. I never would have seen
Bryan
that
Singer.
coming. You know, those guys hanging out together?
Bryan Singer and Woody Allen rowed their boat to Jeffrey Epstein's island. And if that's the case, I can tell you, and I've heard information from very well-placed sources that would know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to Epstein. Where they said that this whole thing expands way beyond just trafficking women. And
Of course it does.
And that there was trafficking of boys too, but the boys were killed. And this is like...
Or killed themselves.
No.
So I know quite a few that were actually done themselves in due to men getting away. They basically drugged themselves to death. Most of them are dead from OD because they can't deal with the shit that has happened to them. So it wasn't, suicide, planned suicide. It just ended up that way.
Murder. How about murder?
Some were murdered too, yes, where they go and get their drugs, and their drugs just happen to be a lot purer than what they were they were expecting, and it's like
you're not thinking like a psychopath. You're not thinking about snuff films. You're not thinking about the stuff that Paul Benassi would talk about years ago. And here's the thing too. Epstein rented a cement truck and filled cement on certain parts of the island. Why do you think he did that? Why do you think that he would fill up cement on certain places? The reason being is because cement, he filled the ground with cement where they actually buried bodies. And on top of that, Courtney Love's dad also talked about how Courtney Love told him, this is on Facebook, on a Facebook post, he said how Courtney Love told him that they buried girls as well. Now, I have information that comes from somewhere that is highly up, we're discussing about this case, and I'm hearing the same fucking similar shit, that they killed people and buried their bodies, and some of them they threw in the ocean and all this other shit. But I have pretty good intelligence that Epstein's Island was visited by Woody Allen and Bryan Singer, and that they literally rowed a boat there. And I'm not going to say who told me that, but it's somebody in Hollywood. And, yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing about that, is that Woody Allen is a gay pedophile. And Bryan Singer is also a gay pedophile. Okay? So, they wouldn't go to Epstein's Island for frolicking with the women. They'd go there for the boys. So, that part, in my opinion, hasn't come out. And I don't think it ever will. I think they will keep on saying that this is just a trafficking operation of young girls. But in reality, it's a much darker thing that was going on here. And I have some speculation that Epstein himself was heavily involved in child pornography.
Yeah, and also that Bill Clinton was there for the boys too.
I don't know about Bill Clinton and boys. I've never heard that from anywhere.
That's one of the things that it's a couple of Epstein's accusers have said before.
Really?
Yeah.
I
and also, Also, one of my friends, and one of the hosts of Union of the Unwanted, has had a number of different like firsthand experiences with people who have either been previously victimized by or attempted to be like recruited and or broken in by David Geffen. And David Geffen is
Yep.
one of those guys he was there before the Weinsteins. He was there before Bryan Singer. So when all these guys get brought in and David Geffen gets left out, there's almost a similarity there with him and like Les Wexner in that regard.
Yep. Well, you got David Geffen, and oh man, that movie, An Open Secret. I'm the one who actually leaked that. And
Corey?
you know, it's Corey. No.
No.
No. The movie An Open Secret talks about David Geffen and somebody else. I can't remember his name. Oh man, I can't remember his fucking name. I was trying to speak about it, and I had it in my head, and then I forgot. But David Geffen has a lot of accusers, and he was also friends with Mark Collins Rector.
I'm almost positive Bill Gates bought his house. Or Jeff Bezos bought his house. It was one of the two. Might have been Bezos.
I mean, whoever bought his house. I mean, David Geffen is extremely rich, and he has been accused by multiple people, and they tried to say that Open Secret was a fluke. That it was they're lying, this and that, and they imprisoned people from it. They imprisoned some of the accusers from it, and that's kind of how it got in my hands, is the actual unredacted copy. The unredacted copy that I published online, and that I've been threatened by the producer of An Open Secret to remove. I told him, I was like, I can't remove anything from Mega.nz. Sorry, bro. Like, I was like, you gotta talk to the New Zealand government. They love hosting my files. But the Open Secret that I released actually has recordings from some of the pedophiles that were left out of the other film. And the reason why it was left out is because it was legal. It was a legal issue that they recorded the pedophiles. Obviously. The reason why I even leaked it is because the unredacted version shows these pedophiles being recorded and how they see it as just basically another part of the industry. They see it as just being another part of the industry where, you know, they get to abuse boys and girls. And that,
Are you in a wind tunnel by any chance?
A wind tunnel?
Yeah, you sound like you're in a wind tunnel, Tyler.
What?
You're kind of whooshing in and out. I'm sorry.
Whoosh!
Yeah.
Whoosh!
Yeah, good.
Are you driving?
He's on an electric longboard.
No. I don't know about.
So, Greg Byrne says, we are at the Bill Gates event 201 of the 230,000 year rotation of the galactic bulge. Galactic Milankovitch cycles cause our climate cycles, not CO2.
Oh, it is also, if you're still on, at least our side of the hemisphere, it is day 666 of 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
Oh yeah, we're supposed to flatten the curve. I forgot about that.
Whoa!
666 days.
And then what we had, did we have an ABB to remark on Julian's 1000th day in Belmarsh?
I don't think so. No.
No, we've all basically just been pissed the fuck off at this whole entire show trial. It's all for play, all for show. The outcome is basically they don't want to extradite Julian. They want to keep him in fucking prison until he dies.
Yeah,
That's
they just
the plan.
want him to melt into quote-unquote irrelevancy and just die, so then they can say, oh, well, we never extradited him, but he just died in prison of whatever circumstances that surely weren't caused by years of psychological torture, the stress we put on him, their cunts.
Well, you know what I really love is that I love how they want to keep Julian in prison and kill him, and then they've killed various people over the years. Various people over the years that were associated with WikiLeaks have had very mysterious deaths in a host of different ways. I mean, we're talking like heart attack, random
Poisoning.
heart attack, poisoning, died in a fucking lake. I think Arjun was the most blatant, to be honest. I think it was very blatant, and the only reason I know it's very blatant is because Arjun had information, and he doesn't have. Let me see if I should say this or not. I guess I might as well say it already. Somebody that I know that was connected to Arjun, and he had information that he was handing off to somebody. That's all I got to say. And then he died.
Yeah, he was a pretty experienced trailsman too. He was on a canoe trip.
He went on a canoe trip after handing information to somebody.
Yep.
That's not publicly known, and I don't really give a shit.
Oh, I didn't know about that part.
No, well, most people fucking didn't. I mean, I guess now I'm putting a target on my back, right? But I don't really care. I mean, like, this whole thing is so blatant that they've been killing people associated with WikiLeaks over the years. Several people, almost all the coders who actually worked on the Secure Drop software are dead, including Arjun, fucking Aaron. Who's the other guy? I can't remember his name off the top of my head now.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how they all fall down the stairs and break their necks and jump out windows for no reason, right?
Well, I mean, Aaron. I mean, they just said that he hung himself. I don't believe that he hung himself personally, but I'm not getting into that with family and friends again. He was working on too much shit, and that's the thing. I mean, us in the anonymous community and in the WikiLeaks circles and everything, we know each other, like, what people were working on and everything. I mean, like, for instance, Michael Hastings was working on exposing the MISOC or MISOC program, and he was working on exposing what was his name? General fuck. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. General. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up and actually go into the information again.
I was lost in Secure Drop. Are you talking about the dude who went on to go work at the Daily Beast? The Kevin Poulsen?
Kevin Poulsen's the only one that's alive, right?
Yeah, because he works. He's like a managing editor at the Daily Beast, and he's disavowed.
No, he turned his back.
Yeah,
he turned his back on everything else. Like, it's almost like he knew that if he continued to work on this stuff, like, he saw other people dying around him. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the fucking guy, so I can't say anything about that. But
I don't
can
either, but
say-
that's not uncommon.
I can say that it's almost like he saw other people dying around him, and was like, okay, well, I got to get out of this. You know, like I got to distance myself from it, right?
Rather not be a body.
Basically, yeah. But there was another WikiLeaks developer that was found dead or killed himself or whatever, but I can't remember his name. Is it James Dolan?
James Dolan was part of the. That was he was one of Aaron's buddies.
Yeah, I think it is James Dolan. But yeah, Arslan, he was one of the ones too, and I know 100% that he handed off information to somebody.
Yeah.
And he was killed, or died, I'm sorry, after this meeting. And after he said that he was going to go on a vacation. I mean, he said he was going to go on a vacation. That's true. But I just think, based off of the evidence that we have about him swapping SIM cards and stuff like that, I think that he knew he was being tracked by somebody and that he was in danger, and that's why he went on vacation. I think he's trying to get away from it. That's why he tried to hide his trail with another SIM card.
Oh yeah.
Well, that doesn't bode well.
Yeah, I never knew that with Arjun, but weird.
Okay, so I have in the title, I have a police brutality special. So if people are listening in the chat right now, you can actually give examples of that. Because it's going on everywhere now. And I also want to give one advice now, because I go out every week to these protests, right, and they're getting pretty big, but because I am standing in the front lines shooting video, I get hit a lot too, and there's only a few of us doing camera work in the field. I want to ask people, if you go to protests and stuff, maybe you take your cameras with you and your phones and stuff, and you record as much of this stuff as possible, and you try publishing this and putting this also in safe places, because seriously, I'm not sure how long some of us can last. It's funny for a few weeks and it's exciting and stuff, but after that it gets pretty painful. So you can't go out every week and get hit by batons or getting pushed away and stuff. It's it gets really fucking annoying.
Well, I don't think annoying is the right word. I think painful. Oh, it'd be the right word.
Yeah, it is. I'm not supposed to complain about that, because myself and you guys too. We've been in this for years, right? And we knew what to expect with this. But I just want to ask, normal people, if you go to the public, at least record some of this stuff, because everyone has a phone these days, and you can just take a camera with you or your phone and record as much as possible, because we're going to reach the point that they know exactly who is recording stuff, right, and who is on the front line. They know exactly that, and they're going to take care of it.
They already know that information. I mean, come on, man. We've already reached a pinnacle of surveillance tech. They have surveillance tech where they can figure that out. They have surveillance tech where they can disrupt your recording.
And just flat out stalking people on social media too. Cops do that, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do too, definitely.
Do you remember during the Dakota pipeline how there were people's memory cards that were getting fucked with? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, on top of the classic signal jamming, which
Yeah,
You just come to expect now.
I've been stopped by the cops before reaching protests twice now. So, and one time my phone got taken. Luckily, I take like a disposable phone with me, that doesn't really have like information in it. But I did take it. So, and I lost like my phone number like for 5 days or something. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's because you're using a phone. But if they're looking for the people with fucking smartphones out there. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for the people with smartphones where they can take contacts and put a web of people together. That's what they're trying to do. I found the information I was looking on in Hastings. I couldn't remember it. It was McChrystal. McChrystal was who Michael Hastings was exposing, and before he died, he actually released a report. It was called the Afghanistan Report. The Pentagon doesn't want you to read, and the article was in relation to a leaked, unclassified Pentagon report. And the report basically said the U.S. military PSYOPs Operation Command, or MISOC, was doing all these techniques against congressional officials. And they were using psychological warfare to not only manipulate the public, but to manipulate Congress. And this included, but was not limited to, fake intelligence information, lack of information that they shared, social media manipulation as well, according to Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. And Hastings, one of his last interviews, he went on Democracy Now!, and he accused MISOC of deploying psychological operations against U.S. senators. And after he did that, he ended up dead. And the thing is, I mean, some people know this, but Michael Hastings was... him and Glenn Greenwald early on were supporters of Annan's. Michael Hastings himself had a Annan account, and he was working on basically exposing MISOC, and that's why he was killed. And that's me telling you what I directly know. I was actually in a room with Michael Hastings before he died, and he was discussing all the stuff that he was looking into and everything very openly. He wasn't hiding it, and also he did a few different interviews before he died as well too. So yeah, he was looking into the military psychological operations command and how they had used false information in Afghanistan to garner support for further invasion into Afghanistan by Congress.
Well, there was a mainstream book, and I think even a movie called Screwball, or Curveball, and it was it was all about the source that the CIA was gaming for faulty intelligence that they were then delivering to the Bush administration and Congress. Like, it was a whole, like, that Jon Stewart, the Daily Show had one of the guys on interviewing him. Like, that's how just out in the open. Granted, that was probably like 2012, 2013, but it was at least at that point acceptable to be discussed in the mainstream.
Well, you also have to remember too, in 2007, when 4-star NATO General Wesley Clark basically said that mere days or a week after 9/11, that a plan was set in motion to go to war with 7 countries within 5 years. Yeah. And I mean, the countries he named, right? He named Iraq and he named Syria. He didn't name Afghanistan, but regardless of that fact, he named Iraq, and they used I think they used Afghanistan to get into Iraq, right? Or did they invade Iraq and then go into Afghanistan?
No, Afghanistan to get to Iraq, but it was also if you that list was like Libya, Syria, Somalia,
Lebanon, Sudan, and Iran.
and it happened, and we've done all but open war with Iran.
Why the hell would we go to war with Lebanon? It's weird.
Oh, because we got a hammer.
End of
We
a
got
pipeline
a nail.
route.
Well, I know that, but like, I
Guys,
kind of
who
know
is
what's
it
going
we?
on in Lebanon.
Guys, who is
Yeah.
it we even? Because these people are literally at war against us.
Yeah.
These
True.
governments. When you say we are going to war with Iran, like who are you mean? Do you mean like the government's at war against you right now?
Oh, yeah.
We means the private military industrial complex contractors and contractor agencies that profit from these fucking wars, and they're the ones who get the land deals like Halliburton and who's the other one?
Chevron, Shell.
No, it wasn't that one I was thinking of, but yeah, we'll go with that.
Exxon.
Boeing.
Kellogg, Brown and Root,
Boeing.
Raytheon.
Raytheon was the one I was thinking of. Raytheon, fucking Halliburton, all those, they get these contract land deals over in the fucking Middle East to go over and rebuild the country. How fucking ridiculous is that?
After their bombs blew it up, it's a pretty sweet deal. The money really doesn't ever leave the room. They
Oh, it's
just
a
throw.
fucking wonderful deal. We fund the bombs, or not we, but you know what I mean. They fund the bombs, right? That blow up the fucking country, and then they fund the rebuilding, and they.
The bullshit rebuilding too, that just makes it worse than it was before, to the point where they need more bombs that we pay
It doesn't
for,
matter.
that they
You
pay
invest in
for.
the company, and the stock goes up, and you make $1 million off of bombing brown people.
Oh, brilliant.
That's what they do. That's exactly what they do. These military-industrial complex contractors, they fund these organizations such as Boeing and fucking Lockheed and stuff like that that build the fucking bombs, bomb the shit out of people, and then they make large sums of money from investing in the rebuilding of the country.
Well, and all the profits that come from the multinational corporations that get to profit off of lootable resources. That's lovely too.
Oh yeah, that's another story.
Hey, someone in the chat mentions Michael Rupert, AK. You should just that name. You should just jump on that.
Yeah, Michael Rupert. I mean, Michael Rupert was exposing the CIA, exposing their drug trafficking. He was doing similar to what Gary Webb was doing. Gary Webb is loosely connected to Michael Rupert in some way. I haven't figured it out. It could be through Ted, for all I know. But I mean, Ted Gunderson fucking knew everybody.
Rupert died in.
Alex Jones admitted just recently that he had spoken to Ted Gunderson.
I saw that. I did, because Burma's got a hold of me. It was like, hey, dude, you should listen to this.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I mean, like, I don't like Alex. I've gone on fucking his show and bashed him before. I said about how he doesn't talk about Zionism and he doesn't talk about various different things. But yeah, I mean, it was interesting to hear him say that, because it's the similar stuff that Ted told me years ago too, with some of it. So yeah, I mean, like, Ted was looking into a lot of satanic ritual abuse stuff, and and people mocked him for it, said that he was crazy, this and that, and
so was Tracy Twyman, and she died suspiciously.
I don't know who that is, but
Rupert
Yeah, I
died
mean-
because his PTSD too. I mean, that's why I was really getting into it.
Oh, he killed his dogs and his family. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
And then shot himself.
Yeah, so the first time I saw him was in that court case, right, where he was saying, well, he was acting like a witness. He was just standing there saying like, I was an LAPD officer for a few years, and I can like confirm that they've been dealing in like cocaine for like, some time. I think that's what he said.
Yeah. I think he was speaking about Ricky Ross. To be honest, the real Rick Ross.
Mm-hmm.
Not 100%, but I think that's what he was speaking about.
Okay.
Or Barry Seal, one of the two. Barry Seal was in Arkansas though, so maybe not Barry Seal, but not 100% sure what he was speaking about.
It's possible that he was talking about Danilo Blandone. If he wasn't talking about Rick Ross, it's likely that Blandone, because Blandone is the figure that connects Barry Seal and Rick Ross, and also the Contras, and also the CIA. And Blandone was outed in a couple of different drug bust operations, and is named as not just a suspect, but as somebody who should be arrested and indicted in like Arkansas, in Miami, in Los Angeles, and I think at least one other state, and it just scot-free. Was running a paramilitary army like 3 years later.
Yeah, well, they were using that drug money at the time. They were using that drug money and flipping that drug money into guns and then selling them to the Nicaraguas with Iran-Contra. So, and then probably years later, they were also selling them to other groups as well. I mean, but I've heard that basically what they were doing too is they were using the drug money that they were getting, and they were flipping that back into guns, selling the guns, and then using the money they got from the guns for human trafficking. I'm not saying it was all human trafficking flipping around, but that cycle of money was known as like the dark circle of money, or something. I can't remember what the fuck it's dark triangle, I think it's called. I don't think it's dark circle. I think it's dark triangle. But basically,
wasn't it called the Iran-Contra gun deal or some shit?
No. This is no. They used money from Iran-Contra and flipped that money in through the BCCI bank, and then flipped that money into the Franklin Credit Union in what was it? Franklin, Nebraska. And the bank that was connected to that was the Franklin Credit Union. Franklin, what is it? FDI, Franklin Credit Union. It was ran by Larry. What's his name? Larry. Oh my God.
Not Summers.
No, it's something else. Larry. Larry.
Well, the Franklin Bank is the bank that first gave its like help Mutual of Omaha get its start.
Yeah, but it was connected
like,
to
there's a Warren Buffett connection there too.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Never would have thought about that. And Warren Buffett be mixed up with cocaine.
No,
Warren Buffett is mixed up in the machinations of how power moves. That's essentially what it is. It could be cocaine, or it could be kids, or it could be weapons. It doesn't matter if that's the part of what like Berkshire Hathaway as a hedge fund does.
Warren Buffett's like a real weirdo in real life. He like eats McDonald's 3 times a day, and he fucking lives in a house that's only worth $300,000. He's sitting on billions.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because he doesn't personally need the money. He needs the money to fucking be the influence or the motivator for other people to do what he wants.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Larry King. I can't believe I can't remember that. Larry King, the black guy who owned the Franklin Credit Union. He was implicated in child trafficking, and they basically laughed it off, and because the children were saying that they were doing all these bizarre shit, that they were having them eat shit, this and that, and all this other stuff. All kind of goes back to the Dutrox affair stuff that they were having them do too, and that people really think that stuff doesn't go on. It does, a lot. I honestly, if most of humanity was exposed to the darknet and some of the sick shit that's on the darknet, they would not think twice about saying that, oh, this is crazy, blah blah blah, because these cases are disturbing, and what's on the darknet is even more disturbing.
Yeah.
I mean, like he was accused of all this shit, and he was connected to the Franklin Credit Union, and the Franklin Credit Union was linked to BCCI, and because of that, there's a connection there to human trafficking. And there's also speculation that Craig Spence's ring that he was running was connected to the Franklin ring, and also connected to Barry. Who's that senator? Barry, what's his name?
Oh, fuck. From the Franklin scandal, or?
Around that time period, it was he was caught running a boys ring inside of the Boys Scouts. I can't remember who it is, Barry or man.
Okay.
I love how I forget some of the things going on, like history. As like time goes on, I forget some of these names, but yeah.
Hey, Hyde Park, is that another voice chat? I know you're like in an empty chat there, but you can also find this stream on. If you go to YouTube and you click on the search and you type in "Revolution in the Streets," you find the big channel, and I'm guessing it's one of the fastest growing YouTube channels right now with a broadcasting on. You find like an active chat there. We're at 30k subscribers now.
Till they fucking wipe us out.
Yeah, like we did last time.
Oh, we have a backup channel already. But yeah, true. Okay, we can't. As long as we don't like monetize or whatever, we don't submit it for monetizing, right? So this is just like we're part of the crap channels, I guess, like forever. Same as with ABB, right? I'm not submitting it for monetizing. Who cares about that shit? Like,
Hey, AK, I'm seeing in the chat Barney Frank. Is that who you were thinking?
Frank, thank you. Yeah, I thought it was Barry. Yeah.
Thank
Barney
you,
Frank.
Cab.
Yeah, so, okay,
Yeah,
so then
Cab.
there's speculation that the ring that Craig Spence ran, which was connected, by the way, into the White House, and Bush Sr. was accused during that time period. Hey, guess what? Bush Sr. seen with pictures with none other than who? Peter, what the fuck is his name? Peter, oh my god, I'm forgetting all names today. Norelli? No, that's not it. Peter, the guy who was just caught.
Nygaard.
Thank you. Yeah. So there's a picture of George Bush Sr. and Peter Nygaard. And also, Bush Sr. was a huge donator to the Second Mile Club ran by, oh my god, Jerry Sandusky. And and his son. I can't remember his son's name, but point being is that all these rings are speculated to be connected in some way or another. And Ted actually told me that the Finders was actually Rocking X, or Rolling X, as people know it online, which was connected into the Franklin, Nebraska ring. Okay. And that the Rolling X, which was connected into Franklin, Nebraska, that when they were looking into them, they started disappearing and hiding things and everything. And he said that this crime syndicate was so well established and connected and everything that every time that he went to look into them, things would happen. Things would people would move. They said when they were going to the farm where Paul Benassi said that they kept all the boys, that they cleaned up the whole entire farm underground. They kept them in the cellar, and that when they went there to go check and find the evidence and stuff like that, it was all cleaned. Like, they know what they're doing. And Ted said that the Finders was connected to this ring, and that it was basically the Finders, and then it was Rolling X, Rocking X. And it was the same ring, just a rehashed name. And that they were connected into Franklin, Nebraska. And then from Franklin, Nebraska, they were connected somehow into the White House in Craig's Nets. So
well, there's a super weird connection between the Finders and a little town in Northern Virginia and Stanley Gottlieb.
Interesting.
Hang on, let me. Oh crap. In the do you remember this, Jones?
The Gottlieb
there was
name is familiar, but
so there was a town that the Finders were trying to take over at the government level in Northern Virginia, and it just so happened to be the town where the guy who ran MK Ultra had retired to turn into a quasi hippie and sell goat milk and shit and yogurt. I'm not even kidding.
Right.
But yeah, it was, so the Finders were and they got ran out of town for it. Like the people in the town knew something, didn't know exactly who they were, but knew something was really off. And it was right as the Finders, as an organization, were starting to put a lot of computers and computer equipment in DC offices.
Well, the Finders was started as a Operation Brownstone operation to out people in government that could be blackmailed for pedophilia, and they were trying to out. This is what I was told, but basically they were trying to out people who were comparable in government, and that setting up that type of organization structure and everything, and the funding and everything, it expanded beyond that, and it became a kidnapping organization, I guess, so to speak.
Hey, someone asked, are we on Aliens yet? You probably should hurry up.
I mean, that's just a fucking insult, because, I mean, this is, serious shit.
Yeah, I'm just representing the opinion of the audience. Okay, we can do COVID 1984, another dystopian movie, doublespeak down the memory hole. Sound familiar? we have someone saying, Derek Bros did a great documentary on the Finders.
He did. He did. He did a fantastic documentary on it. Almost 7, maybe 8, maybe 10 years ago. But yeah, it's really good work, and Elizabeth Voss has done some really, really good work
got,
on the Finders as well.
A 3-part investigative series, and I know a lot of it concerns the Finders' ties to the CIA and God.
Oh, and a fantastic interview on Slow News Day.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but nobody ever goes past where that organization continued, and that it wasn't just, oh, it vanished. They actually rebranded themselves into the Rolling X or Rocking X. As yeah.
Does that have ties to the Nexium thing? Rolling X?
Not per se, but they use a similar symbol, so it's interesting.
Okay. And that's like pedo code shit, right?
Okay, so the Rolling X symbol, and the reason why it's called the Rolling X is because it's literally an anchor, and then it's an X on top of the anchor. And it looks like the X is rocking, right? But the actual group is called the Rolling X. It's actually called Rolling X in investigative circles. And I actually spoke to one of Ted's former detectives. He's still, I don't know if he's still alive now. But when I spoke to him, he was alive, and he was, and I think he was in his like 80s. But when I spoke to him, he basically said that they were looking into the Rolling X for several years across the East Coast, and that they had operated on the East Coast. And it's just ironic that they operated on the East Coast, and Second Mile operated on the East Coast. And Second Mile was also connected into the elites, and Rolling X was connected into the elites. So it's just very interesting that both groups operated on the East Coast, and mostly through Florida and Boston, and the tri-state. So the tri-state would be New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's very interesting that they operated along the East Coast, and that both groups, like I said, were around similar time periods, like or not similar time periods, like from one time period to the next, like it's like a crossover. So it's basically the Rolling X, and then crossover into Second Mile. That's what it kind of seems like. Second Mile, I don't think that anybody was accused of kidnapping kids or anything like that, but there was very weird, strange deaths that happened with Second Mile, including an investigator, and one of the accusers was killed too. The investigator, though, I believe that his like kneecaps were like spun, which is typical like mafia, a mafia response. It's either that or it's going to be like the throat, for like silencing somebody, you know, like
Yeah.
to send a message, so to speak, right?
No, I mean clearly.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. You know that that's like a real mafia technique and everything. So,
Yeah.
and I can't remember his name, but the guy who came out speaking about Second Mile, and he said that they operated on the East Coast, they operated in the tri-state, and that's similar to the Finders, because the Finders operated in Virginia, and they also operated in
They operated in Florida, and then they
Florida,
operated
yeah.
out in they had a thing out in Nebraska too. I believe, damn near
Yep.
positive.
Yep. Yep. And that's why, and that's like I said, because what had told me years ago that the Finders was basically it was the Finders, and it was Rocking X / Rolling X, and then that it was connected into the actual White House, and that Craig Spence and when he was involved in it, and then he ended up committing suicide and all that. I mean, I was just like, fuck, man, like, damn. They've got their hands all over the place. But I think what's very interesting is that after the Franklin stuff happened in the 1990s, afterward, is when Epstein started things. And Epstein and Ghislaine in the 1990s, Ghislaine had her pilot license for flying a private helicopter.
Yeah.
So I think, and I don't have proof of this or anything, but I think that it was because I think it was passed off. I think that the elite child trafficking rings were passed off to Epstein, and I think he was basically the what's the word I'm looking for, the next group, so to speak, from all of those other groups. I think that from the Finders to Rocking X and Rolling X, that it was then Epstein's turn to take things over, and I think that he took things over from Les Wexner and who's that other guy? Roy Cohn.
Okay, I was either at like Jean-Luc Brunel, or Roy Cohn, but Roy Cohn takes it back to the 50s, and then that kind of pushes it back into the mob era of running it.
Yep.
Or at least managing it. But no, Wexner is still described as the head of the snake right now by Maria Farmer.
Yeah, that's true.
And one of the only people that they dropped his name once or twice during that little shit show that they were calling a trial for Ghislaine Maxwell. That nobody that testified could testify to anything about Wexner, except for the pilot, who mentioned going to Ohio a number of times. Because it's in the law.
Name dropped Wexner and did nothing else with it. I think in December it's also when he stepped down from the Columbia partnership.
And it was the last like board, because he's fucking got one foot in the grave and another on a banana peel anyway. It's like he's a fucking 3 weeks younger than baseball. He's fucking old. That's what I'm saying. But he was still active on this one last board, and yeah, Jones is absolutely right. He like surreptitiously walked away from it right as they were announcing the court date. I think when the court date was going to be.
Well, we know that Roy Cohn and Epstein actually met years ago before.
Back when Roy Cohn was Donald Trump's mentor.
Yeah.
And what was it Cohn that owned Khashoggi's brother's boat, or was that? I'm trying to remember where the connection was to, because that's a Prince Andrew arms and kid smuggling thing, is this particular boat, and I think it was the boat that Maxwell got murdered on.
Was Cohn? I don't know if he owned the boat. I do know that Cohn and I can't remember the other guy's name off the top of my head, that they ran a boy blackmail apartment or hotel, whatever you wish to call it, but they would hold these parties where they would get get their targets or politicians drugged up, and then they would film them in bed with a little boy or teenage boy, and that Cohn is or was connected to the person who's known as the Colonel, who was also involved in Rolling X, according to Paul Benassi, which is the none other than Mr. Satanic himself. This whole thing is just fucking insane. How many people connect to each other, and he was connected to Roy Cohn, and he was known as the Colonel. Roy Cohn was known as the Supreme Commander, I think.
Oh! I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, hey, I should fucking should try to find that. Whitney's got some good reporting on that.
Yeah, but nobody ever made that connection and said the Colonel. But the Colonel, I can tell you that Roy Cohn was connected to the Colonel, and the Colonel is I can't remember his name. Michael, what the fuck is it?
Hang on.
Guy.
Huh?
I can't remember his name. The Michael, the NSA guy. The
Hayden.
No, not Hayden.
Shirt off.
No.
Okay, am I getting warm?
The guy who literally founded a satanic church. I can't remember his name, and he was accused.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he's described and he's mentioned a few times. Yeah, but behold, came a pale horse. He's mentioned a few times in there.
Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's called like the Order of the Dragon or some shit, some weird shit like that.
Yes, he was the head. He was the supposed head of
some satanic group. Yeah.
No. He was the supposed head of the Rocking X and Rolling X, and he was the supposed head of the group that was working with Roy Cohn and I can't remember the other guy's name. Luis Rosensteel? Is that it?
And so in the chat they're saying A. Gabriel is saying Michael Aquino of the Temple of Sat, and they've been saying it for a while, but we've not been watching the chat. But they were saying Michael Aquino.
That's right. The Temple of Sat.
Yeah, no, look, man. Hey, Lubers, where the fuck are you for that? You're watching the chat. You're supposed to cut in and save our asses 3.5 minutes ago.
Yeah, you're right.
Come on, man. Aren't we friends?
I was putting in like pretty pictures in the chat in the stream, but
no, you just wanted to make me look like an idiot. That's what it is. Because I couldn't remember his name, but Michael Aquino. Yeah, Michael Aquino is connected to the Rolling X, Rocking X, and that's according to Ted. And he actually went on. I don't know if you know this or not. He went on multiple TV programs, like accusing Michael Aquino, including a program where he went on directly with Michael Aquino, talking with him. And I don't know how the fuck he did that, because I would have been scared shitless if I was Ted. He's got fucking some iron balls to do that shit. But he went on some program and he was talking with Michael Aquino. And the thing is, like, the newer generation, they can't find this fucking shit because it's deleted off the internet. I've looked for this stuff. They've started removing so much information from the internet that a lot of this stuff is gone, and it's like it almost makes you feel like, am I having like false memories, because it's like it's completely wiped. But then you can try to find some of this stuff like on archive.org and stuff like that, and you can find a lot of it, but it's just hard to find. It's hidden. So yeah, I mean, a lot of this information is like being removed from the internet, and I think in part it's because of the Q stuff too. To be honest, I think a lot of the Q stuff enabled the removal of some of this stuff, because I mean the QAnon psyop operation. I know I'm bashing the Q followers there, Mark, but here's the thing that everybody needs to realize is that a lot of the information they put out there was mixed between information and disinformation. It wasn't full information. They actually used a lot of my information and twisted it. A lot of this stuff was twisted and put into context of their operations they were running, and saying that they used files from Paul Benassi that I had acquired, and said that this is proof of XYZ, when it's not really proof of XYZ. It's only proof of the Franklin cover-up at the time. And they were saying that this is proof of adrenochrome, this and that, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I mean, beyond the adrenochrome, it's also the fact that it basically kind of sheep-herded every Q follower into believing into, quote-unquote, trusting the plan, and thinking that Donald Trump was playing 18D chess, and
He's not that smart. He can't play chess.
And arresting everyone involved in all of this. Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, he was involved in this. That's what. Okay, so.
Yeah, I know.
Trump. What was it? Miss America, I think he had.
Miss Teen USA.
Miss Teen USA. That's what it is.
And there's 1,000 sealed indictments. They're coming.
Trump was connected to various different pedophiles, including a pedophile. I can't even say his name or remember his name. He's a pedophile in Turkey. He owns a yacht, and he was connected to him, and he was frequently seen around him. And he was also seen around Jeffrey Epstein. Put two and two together here. There's also a reporter who says that Trump would barge in on the teen girls while they were changing, this and that, and that he had offered some of the teen girls to some of his friends, and this and that. So, I mean, you put two and two together, and I mean, this is the same guy who is also on TV talking about how his young daughter, what was it, 4-year-old? What the fuck was it?
Oh, at the time, like when he was like, "Oh yeah, dude, another couple of years, she's gonna be downright bangable" or some shit like that.
No, not even that. That was that was different. It was with his first, I think it was his first wife, Ivana.
Okay.
He was on a TV interview and he's talking about his 4-year-old daughter's legs or something. I don't know. It's really fucking freaky.
Well, not to mention the common straw man against bringing up Trump is like, oh, well, Bill Clinton has been on the Lolita Express way more times. He's way more involved. Like, okay, well, Trump and Bill Clinton and the
Trump
Clintons
kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago in 2012.
Yeah.
Like a solid 30 years after he had known
friends before they pretended not to be. So
yeah, no, the canard that Trump is somehow completely innocent in all of this and just happened to be at a couple of parties those couple of dozen times. Or just happened to have that personal business relationship, or just
and there was nothing. Then there was nothing that happened at any of those parties, anytime. Tyler.
Pick up for Nemo.
Yeah, well, I think people need to understand that you won't get to power, in the executive powers, as a president, without the permission of this whole blackmail cult scheme thing. Because they're already at key positions.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that a good number of people that were covering the Maxwell trial were at least trying to point out in their coverage was that there's going to be a narrative that is, okay, well, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, in jail, that's it. There's no more trafficking of children ever anywhere in the world again.
Peter Nygaard.
Yeah.
Right next door to Epstein. Hey, do you think they shared clientele? Do you think maybe they shared girls? Just happened to be next door.
That's essentially how Trump got Melania. Was through some like mail order modeling. She was a product, I think, of Brunel's.
Luke Brunel?
Yeah.
No way. I would be interested in actually seeing more information on that. Because if that's crazy.
Oh, it was out there.
Interesting. I've never seen that. I know she was a model, and that's how he found her.
Yeah, I fucking had a number of different people who were like more or less, scholars on that discuss it a couple of different times.
Interesting. I've never heard that. So, Luke Brunel, the same Luke Brunel that was with Epstein.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah, because he's got fucking a ridiculous amount of money in a number of different modeling agencies that all go through like former East Bloc and into Western Europe.
I knew that. I just didn't know.
Yeah, but I mean that's the connection is that it's not just out of Paris or out of France, but they're ancillary modeling agencies throughout the East Bloc that he's got his fucking grubby little hands into. That guy's got his hands into all kinds of different business over there. Whatever. Weed pen, and then I go and do a sneezing fit. So if I randomly like break off and mute, that's why. Shouts to Rob Juno.
Wizard.
I'll be right back. I'm grabbing water. Yeah, somebody else has to think of topics. That's right.
So, did anybody else see the metaverse has had a number of cases of sexual harassment?
Oh yeah, that's a joke. I got to stick around for this one now. Hold
on. Go get water. Go get water.
Steve,
no. I really want to mock this.
Water.
I really want to mock this and how stupid it is because all you have to do is log out and turn it off.
Okay, well, let's jump into it a little bit. Because November 26th, the beta tester reported something deeply troubling. She'd been groped by a stranger on Horizon Worlds. On December 1st, Meta revealed she posted her experience in the Horizon Worlds beta testing group. There's a whole ass article on it in The Verge magazine, verge.com, I believe. And then Vivek Sharma, who's running Horizon, goes, well, it's an unfortunate incident, but good feedback overall because I want to make the blocking feature trivially easy and findable. There's a feature, seriously, in the metaverse called the Safe Zone that you can activate that gives you, I'm not kidding, a protective bubble when a user feels threatened. No one can touch them, talk to them, or interact with them in any way until the VR user presses a different button and deactivates their safe zone. Again, I'm not making that up.
Yeah. Let me just say that this safe bubble, it comes from the joke, I guess. The safe space,
Oh yeah, and boy in the bubble.
It's fucking stupid, man. Like, how the fuck can you get groped in the metaverse? Oh no, a character came up to me and was dancing at my ass. It's not like you're actually feeling that groping.
It's not like you're in a Miami nightclub.
Like,
I'm being an asshole at this point.
Even if you're wearing like a goddamn suit for like feeling the metaverse or whatever, I mean, you're not actually getting groped. What? Like, so fucking stupid, man.
You'd literally be in Brave New World at that point.
I mean, they have these suits. They already have the VR suits. I've seen them, but like, I mean, you're not getting fucking groped in real life. You're getting your avatar groped. I mean, like, even if somebody grabs your ass in VR, right? And you're wearing one of those suits, I mean, it's not like their hand is actually on your ass. You're just feeling the sensation of having your ass grabbed, right? And so,
per this article that I'm looking at in Technology Review, AK, VR sexual harassment is sexual harassment, full stop. That's the title of this section, subheadline. I don't know. There's an associate professor at Ohio State University who researches the social implications of virtual reality, and he says, I may be misgendering. It doesn't say. Jesse Fox says, I think people should keep in mind that sexual harassment has never had to be a physical thing. It can be verbal, and yes, it can be a virtual experience as well. Have you considered that, AK?
So they're doing feelies from Brave New World.
Yes, but this doesn't say whether or not she had a suit on, or the he or whoever.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. I want to know if she had a suit on, or if she's just fucking, oh no, somebody's behind my character dancing on my ass.
I really hope she didn't have a Club Penguin account back in the day.
That or a classic WoW account where everybody fucking did that shit.
Well, I mean, wasn't that like a whole Fortnite thing too?
Level 75 doppelganger.
I'm pretty sure it happens in every game. I mean, Minecraft, Fortnite.
Yeah, I seem to remember finding a way to do that in like Contra.
In every game possible.
Contra? Wait, what? Contra was a side scroller. You can't do that in Contra.
Well, that was a good game.
You can try.
Okay, there is a question for you, AK, in the chat. You get support from John Cena. He's laughing about VR sexual harassment. But you have someone called Owan Yankee who says, so if I shoot someone from a distance, I did not shoot them. Does the gun barrel have to touch them?
Wait, what? No, that.
What?
Okay, well, I'll tell you. Let me ask you. Let me put it back to you. If I lampshade this fire hydrant, does the dog biscuit bounce?
Answer that, Juan Yankee says.
Motherfucker!
Oh shit! That's my dog.
I mean, there's no. Come on.
No, I get what it means. Like, yeah, okay. So sexual, yeah. I'm not sure how, because if you shoot someone, it actually does hit them in real life, right? So that's
the bullet does.
Yeah.
Because you are putting a projectile into a gun pointing it at someone and pulling a trigger with the intent to at least severely injure, if not kill. That's what you're doing. You are using physics, yes, to hurl an object into or through a human being with the sole intent of ending their life. In virtual reality, look, man, I don't know, dude. I don't know. There's a line, I'm sure. Like, if you have a suit on and it really feels like, if it feels like you're getting, like, grabbed up on or fucking penetrated, like, that's really fucked up. I don't feel like that should be a thing. I also don't feel like virtual reality should really be a thing either. I'm kind of a fucking, like, quasi-Luddite in that aspect, in that I think that's, like, that's the doorway into the metaverse, which is one of the gateways out of humanity, and I kind of like being human. I do. I kind of like that as a thing, because I think the more disconnected we get from our humanity, the more likely we are to be taken advantage of in myriad new ways that affect our consciousness on levels that we haven't even thought about yet.
Well, look, as long as we don't mess with transhumanism, and if they can mess with transhumanism in the metaverse, I don't give a fuck about that. I just care about transhumanism in real life, right? If it keeps them from doing transhumanism in real life, and they're just going to do it in the metaverse, hey, I'm all for it, right? But since we're on this topic, I know that there's some listeners out there who heard talking about VR cows very early on that want to hear about the VR cows. So let's talk about the VR cows. So apparently, a farmer actually used virtual reality to make his cows think they were outside in a meadow, and because you can't make this up, and because they were outside in the meadow, or they thought they were outside in the meadow, and they were confused, this actually made them produce more milk.
Aww.
Okay.
That's
Weird.
Kinda sad.
So, yeah.
Basically, we abused the cows. We abused the cows with VR. Made them think they were in the meadow and safe.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't sound... That sounds like it could backfire.
Yeah, that sounds sad and
horribly.
very allegorical to what's gonna happen to us.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, hitting a little bit too close to home.
But wait, there's more. There's so much more. Right, so...
You have an article for that?
Yeah, I will post it.
Drop it in a general.
Okay, so one Yankee says, he says, you guys don't know anything about law, he says, because it's called cause, and if it has effect, it's a valid complaint.
Suck my dick.
I can't say that, that's sexual harassment online.
So, let me ask you something. Have you ever thought about putting my balls in your mouth? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, that's exactly my response.
Have you met my friend Volta?
Fuck law. The fuck? Fuck law. Law's fucking, like, there's so many things in law that are not...
are draconian, are stupid.
Yeah, and on top of that, the law doesn't fucking do anything for the little man. It's only there for rules for the little man while the big guys get away with anything. Case in point, Prince Andrew with Ghislaine Maxwell's trial of real sexual harassment.
Case in point, that trial, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, the Espionage Act, the Sedition Act, the Patriot Act, like...
Oh man, that's just fucking. Hey, look, no, but Here's the thing. If you know going in that there's a defense mechanism built into the equipment, and you opt out of the built-in protective suit to avoid the thing, whatever the thing may be, you're assuming a certain amount of risk. In a virtual landscape, it's, at least in this moment, I think, and I could be totally fucking wrong about this, and I will accept that, but I think that in this moment, in the virtual reality world, there's more of a choice as to how much of it you're going to accept as your material reality. You know what I mean? Like, how far you're willing to go with the bit, how much you're willing to commit to, okay, this is real. And if you're going to believe that it's real enough to try and press charges for, then at some point your choice to weigh the risk of whether or not to defend yourself, protect yourself, is probably going to have to come into play, right? Like, if you have the ability to defend yourself and you choose not to, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting. Maybe he will reply or something. But
Because there's multiple different ways to disengage from that, right?
yeah, there
Or
is.
not.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I don't fuck around with virtual reality. It's not something that, like, I'm speaking about with any sort of representational experience. So, totally willing to be corrected at any step of the way here on this.
Yeah.
Just making that perfectly clear.
Yeah. Okay. But for me, it personally, like, okay, okay, so I agree with what AK says. Like, you can just press the off button in 1 second. You can just do something else. But what you just really like to play that whole virtual game thing, but you just don't like to play it while being like virtually sexually harassed, right? But still, and when you have to press the off button, you're like forced to press the off button because someone is like sexually harassing you the whole time there. Like, it's kind of like, it's a difficult question, I think.
I guess because it could kind of tie into sort of broader questions of like cyber harassment in general.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so you can always just press the off button, right? You can walk away, you can have a nice time outdoors or whatever. But what if you just really want to play that game? And like, you're like forced to like not play that game because every time you like start it, there's some idiot shaking his butt or something in front of you. It's like, yeah, it's difficult. I know it's like no one actually touched you in real life or whatever, but
Okay, so what do you do in that situation?
I don't know. I don't really do that virtual stuff either. Like, I did a virtual seminar on Second Life, talk about chat control and stuff. That's about it. But I don't know. Yeah, there must be some kind of like mute button or something. Like.
Well, again, I mean, they've got that, like, safe zone thing where a literal bubble forms up around you and no one can touch you or talk to you or interact with you in any way until you deactivate it.
Oh my god, this is gonna sound real dumb and idealistic, but what if you have like a doodle bob type deal where like you can just erase them out of your world if you want, you know? Like, yeah, okay.
I mean, that seems a little, I get, if we're gonna consider that what the article talks about sexual harassment, wouldn't extermination be what you're describing?
I guess. I mean, I just kind of mean like, if it's a game, then then you could kind of treat it as such in the sense that like if something real annoys you, then
I mean,
the
but
solution
look,
is also
what I'm
quite
saying is if
gamey,
somebody's
where it's
going to
like-
make the claim that like that's sexual harassment, couldn't what you're saying, couldn't that person turn around and be like, I have been unpersoned?
Well, that's why I said make it like Doodle Bob, because it would be like, oh, what could you do? Like get offended about being erased by a cartoon pencil and a shitty SpongeBob drawing?
I mean, yeah, you probably could. You probably could. I guarantee you can find somebody to get offended about that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's everywhere. Like, I mean, you know, there's streams about police brutality of people getting offended that, oh, cops are being held accountable. Oh, no. We have to protect our men in blue. Oh.
Yeah, hey, Lubers, what is the sentiment outside of the protests? Like, overall, among the Dutch about how the police have been behaving over the last several months.
So if you're talking about social media, or
No,
real
no,
life?
I mean on like not just on social media, but I mean generally around the country.
Okay, well,
Like actual people, not even, you know, the hella online, but just in general.
yeah, no, okay, so everyone I just talked to, and so like the normal people, yeah, they of course are against that, right? They're shocked that the police are now treating us like that, but yeah, like on social media, like, and on the big media, the government applies these tactics against us, right? Disinfo tactics. So we don't even know for sure what the real opinion is. They're manipulating everything, especially on Twitter and whatever. Everything's being manipulated. Like, the second you post something against this, like the police brutality, you see like what, a 50 account showing up with like 10 followers or something, all these random things, who like completely harass you and saying like the government should do even worse and kick all the people who don't take part in the medical experiment out of the country and stuff, right? So
Ugh, I know the worst of that song.
yeah.
Yep.
So that's what they do, and they're really good at manipulating. And I mean, so we finally had like Niels Meltzer, right, having our back, wanting to like speak to the Dutch government and whatever. Then all the media and like Dutch police and whatever, and all these online trolls, like a huge army of Dutch government trolls, started attacking Niels Meltzer.
I saw that.
Yeah, and the attacks were stupid because they were like, oh, well, he's being too emotional and he's letting his emotions get in the way. Like, what would you do if you saw those kinds of videos, bitch? You expect us to not act like fucking humans and have a regular reaction to someone getting bitten by a dog? Like,
Yeah, but they were lying too.
Sonia.
They were lying about him too, because they were saying he posted an old video from The Hague and stuff, which is not true. He posted one old video from The Hague, then he posted a video from Amsterdam showing it's been going on all this time. And that it didn't stop, right? And yeah, it is true that these cops in The Hague are being prosecuted, but these people in Amsterdam, they did the exact same thing. And that was just last week. And so you're talking about something that's been going on for a year now, and it's only getting worse at this moment. I mean, like, police brutality is not getting less at all. And they're not like hitting like these tough guys. They're hitting like old people and stuff, and innocent people. Like, not like
Well, because they
instigate.
know tough people are going to keep coming. I mean, at the end of the day, if you hit and you try to detain and you go after the people who are, you know, like big and strong and know what to expect, they're just going to be like, oh, well, they're going to show up next week. Like, we have to go for the weak people. We have to go for the normal people so we can scare them into not coming. But that's when you say, no, fuck you. I'm going to be here tomorrow, bitch.
Yeah.
I feel like I traveled into the past because you guys are talking about the police brutality thing again, and Mark was talking about being up
was
old people, and that was
talking
the
about
exact
police
same
brutality.
conversation we had.
Yeah, it is. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's now 2
But
hours
I mean,
later.
it's the title of the stream, so
It is, and but it's true. And the thing is that these protests are on purpose, are completely peaceful, right? It is a protest of like peace and connecting with each other. This is all on purpose. The goal behind the protest here in our country is not violence at all. It's not a violent revolution in our country. It's supposed to be peaceful, to show actually that these are normal, peaceful people being forced to stay out of restaurants and bars and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
they're not allowed in like the bars, and these are just normal people, friendly people. That's the goal to show. And it's not like this is a bunch of rioters or whatever. No one likes these rioters around in these protests. So what they're trying to make it about rioters. They're like trying to like get the protesters angry and whatever, more aggressive. Like they even yeah, like when these protests arrived, especially in Amsterdam last time too. There's all these suddenly there's all these bricks piled up, right? Like all these piles of bricks, and then there you see all these police suddenly beating into people. Well, next to these people is like a pile of bricks. Like these people actually are lucky that these were peaceful protesters, because plenty of people would have taken this pile of bricks and thrown these bricks at these faces of these guys, right? But they didn't. So yeah.
Well, that's a good point, but I mean, you got to understand too, and I know you know this well, Mark, is that a lot of the time when there's violent protesters, those violent protesters are there, like, being encouraged by the police. They're agitators of.
Yeah, we call them Romeos. They're just police pretending to
Romeos.
be protesters, but they're not. No.
Right.
Yeah, but usually they get exposed by pretty early on and chased away from the protest. Now people recognize them very easily. So.
Well, no, back in Occupy, you know, we had agitators that did something things similar, but you can always point them out by the fact that they would dress in khakis and black boots, or jeans and black boots. I mean, like,
yeah, the G20 protester, you would they all had the same police issued boots. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so in the chat, one Yankee, he says, just talk changes nothing. No, it doesn't directly change anything, but it is like, we have to connect with people who are resisting against this, right, in every possible way. Like, people have to connect with each other. Like, the biggest problem here is, especially like these older people and whatever, who, especially in the winter, are always already a little bit lonely and stuff. Like, old people sitting at home, they don't get, like, visits from their children and stuff often. Like, they feel alone when they're not allowed into like a store or a bar or a restaurant and whatever. So it is important that there is like a support network for everyone. That people don't feel alone when they refuse to take this whole QR social credit score system thing. It's like, yeah, there has to be a life after refusing the QR shit.
Well, you said it. I mean, that's where it's heading.
Yeah, but they're openly doing it there now. They're doing it openly here now. They're no longer hiding that part.
Yep.
It's like, I know maybe in the USA you're like a little bit different, because in the USA there are still, okay, there's differences between states, right? In some states you're already very far ahead. Other states, yeah, they will refuse this. They will refuse even a national identity card and stuff. But here, it's way ahead.
No. The national ID stuff is going into effect this year. Everybody doesn't even realize it. National ID stuff is going into effect this year. And to travel this year, after I think it's January or February, you're going to need to go get a national ID, which has a RFID chip in it. And it's for tracking.
I think the digital IDs are going to come into effect by other means, but the thing is, solely regarding the enforcement of the ID via requiring people to, show their vaxport before going into restaurants, there's just such a lack of give a fuck in so many places in America, and such a lack of enforcement there. Because I mean, it's such a big country that you can't really enforce it right now. But it'll happen. It'll happen.
Yeah, okay, but we have like a forced ID cards here since, and the interesting thing is this happened for us after 9/11, but it wasn't apparently not introduced in the USA, but we all have forced ID cards because of your 9/11 event. So just saying, like we have to wear our ID card in the street, and if the police asks us like what is your ID and you can't give it, they will literally take you to a police station. So yeah,
Right.
and this is after
Yeah, no, they
9/11.
do that here too. No, they do that here too. Like they're allowed to like pull you over or whatever and say, do you have your ID? I'd like to see your ID. And if you don't have your ID, they will take you to a police station. In most cases, some cops will just let you go if you say like, "Oh, I left my ID at home" or whatever. But most cases, they'll take you to a police station and identify you.
That's true. They will
Yeah.
fuck you.
But the
They
national
have a
ID.
quota to meet.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying they will fuck with you because they have a quota to meet.
Yep. Well, that's true too, but that's a different story. But the national ID stuff that they're releasing this year is if you don't have this ID card with a RFID chip in it, you can't travel. You won't be able to travel on an airplane to another state. You won't be able to travel out of state. What else? Maybe trains. I don't know of trains, but I know planes for sure because I talked to the DMV person when they were telling me about do I want a normal driver's license or a national ID? So.
Okay, but someone says one Yankee says you guys already have one. It's called a social security card. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true to a certain degree.
I mean, we have the card, but it's not required to carry everywhere or anything like that.
I mean, it's not required, so you don't always have to be take it with you. Like, because here we always have to take it with us. Like, it's not like I never take it with me, but like if you get asked for it, you have to show it, or you get fined like 50 euros, which is like $60, and take it to a police station if they really want to. So, yeah.
Did Tyler say goodbye?
Say that again?
I said, did Tyler say goodbye or did he just leave?
I don't know. Sometimes he drops out, but he'll usually be back. So I got fined once for like $50, and I refused it. I never paid the fine, actually. Still never paid it. Because I said like it was the early days, and it was just introduced, and it was exactly 50 euros the fine for it, and like actually this is a law that is actually from World War II. It was introduced by the Nazis, 1940, in our country, and back then the fine was 5 guilders, and now it is 50 euros. So I refused it back then by saying it reminds me too much about of the Nazi occupation, and I can't pay it. It is my family suffered under this stuff, and I can't pay this. So I never did, and I never got put in a court or something for it either. I just never heard anything about it anymore. But now you can't get away with that stuff anymore. You just have to pay it, right? Or, yeah, they just increase it endlessly. So, yeah.
Oh yeah. They'll just keep on increasing in the interest of it for sure.
Yeah, this is the administration fee, extra fee. Yeah.
Oh, Tyler's back. Okay, I thought he was mad at me for like muting him. I just didn't want him. I didn't want his personal information out there on the show. I mean, because he was talking like having a personal conversation, and yeah, that's why I muted him.
Oh, he's admin. He can just unmute himself when he wants. So yeah.
That's what I said too, but he said he couldn't. So I was like, oh shit. I thought he was mad at me.
Someone asked, will there be vaccine mandates in Germany? Isn't there already? They have at least the 2G
I thought there were.
No, they have a 2G system now. You can almost get into. I do know that the local court just ruled that 2G is illegal in a certain area in Germany. I hope other courts like follow suit on that. But I don't know. I consider it already mandatory if you can't get into anything without a vaccine. But in Austria, go ahead.
Well, and also it's gonna change the definition of fully vaccinated. It now means with the latest booster, and that's what it's always going to mean. There was an interesting clip that we rolled on the show this morning. It's UK Health Minister Shavid, I can't pronounce it right. Javid, that guy, UK Health Secretary, speaking in a hospital to a doctor and some nurses. The doctor like explains to the guy. He goes, the efficacy of this booster wanes at 2 months. So you're going to have to boost every hospital worker once a month. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Because in order to stay, at full peak, boost whatnot, before it starts to wane and they could become, quote unquote unsafe again, that's the regularity that you're going to have to do it. And the health secretary dead ass goes, yeah, well, we have our own experts.
Yep.
Okay, I was going to talk about Austria. So the 2G is okay, maybe not directly mandating it, but just to get into anything. But in Austria, it's even worse. We have to pay up to 4,000 euros fine if you don't get your vaccine. They'll just fine you like 4,000 bucks.
Yeah, just put people
That's
more
more
in
than we
debt.
got for bullshit stimulus here in the U.S. Or, well, some people.
Not including the federal workers and congressmen.
Yeah, well, they won't be able to do that here. That will be like literally like riots. But they will try to do it with the 2G system, but there's already a lot of resistance against it. And I know many stores are opening already. Like Saturday, plenty of stores opened already. And I know this Monday, plenty of stores are going to open too, regardless of what the government says. So yeah, people are refusing it now. Like we've been waiting for this moment that stores actually on their own start opening up and not listening anymore. Saying like, because they're obviously aiming to destroy all small entrepreneurs here, small business.
Counter economics. Parallel structures set up. Figure out how you want to transact with each other and do that, and just open up outdoors.
Yeah, we did it with simple things like haircutters, right? Like barbers. Simple. I mean, like. Yeah,
just fucking sandwiches, the fucking restaurant, whatever, dude. You fucking bring the Agora back out.
Bring
do that shit bizarre style.
Back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop out for the evening. I got like a whole fuck ton of show prep to do for the morning. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, we gotta end soon anyway, because I gotta drop out too. I got stuff to wake up for tomorrow morning. But this is interesting. So China's Tianjin is testing all of its residents after Omicron was found. So they're forcing testing on all of their citizens in Tianjin.
Don't you guys have Delta Omicron now? Because in Cyprus today they discovered Delta Omicron.
Yep, that's what they said. Yep.
I know. It's a new virus. It's a new booster and new jabs.
Oh no.
Endless fucking cycle, man.
You need like 15 jabs to keep your pass right now, I think.
Dear China, just tell the people the truth that it leaked from the lab, and give us patient 0 so we can actually fix this. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, it's called Deltacron. Dutch friend says.
Yeah, Deltacron.
Deltacron.
They named it after a fucking transformer. Okay, or at least what sounds like one.
It sounds like a transformer, definitely.
Sounds like something. Sounds like a robot or something.
It sounds like a weak transformer. Yeah, okay. So the end goal, I think, it has nothing to do with the healthcare thing. I think they're trashing small businesses, and that's what they're going to do. They want to switch everything like this digital economy, where everyone is like picking up remote orders and stuff, and a few big companies deliver everything to everyone, like the Amazons of the world. So yeah, that's going to be it. Because the digital money system is just so far easier to control. So.
Well, we're all going to be shopping in VR. I mean, that's where it's heading.
Yeah, you're gonna have everything delivered to you by a nice Amazon drone that's totally not gonna backfire and try to shoot you if you rebel or anything like that.
Yeah, well, but this is just like fascism before. Like, it sounds like old-fashioned. Why would you still call it like that? But actually, like, when you look at like Nazi Germany, for example, there were like only a few car companies, right? Like a BMW, Volkswagen, are allowed to play in that economy. And
it's techno-fascist, yeah.
Yeah, and they had like this alliance. They were pretending to be capitalist, right? It looked capitalist from the outside, but they were not actually capitalist. There were a few companies only allowed to play, and this is starting to become the same, like with Amazon and it connecting to the government too. Amazon, McDonald's, Domino's Pizza, for example, they will be allowed to play, but the others will all go bankrupt, and you will still have this illusion of capitalism because people still have freedom of choice in these stores. Like, Amazon offers so many different products that you think like, well, actually, I live in a capitalist society because I can choose between like 1,000 different phones. Well, that's not true. You get them from one supplier, and there's even a limited amount of manufacturers. There must be like 3 or 4 phone manufacturers left now. Like, well, 20 years ago there must have been like 50 different ones, with all these small ones doing it too. Now it's different.
Must be, especially with all these supply chain fuck-ups.
You have it with the internet too. You have it in the USA too. Like, you have energy companies, you have the oil companies, like internet companies. There's always like just a few remaining. Yeah, even with pharmaceuticals. Like, how many big pharma are there even? Like, must be like less than 8 right now. Like 5 of them produce vaccinations. Like, you're talking about like it's not very hard to start laboratories like that. There's plenty of professors can recruit. So, but there's only a few who do that. They control the market, and this is like fake capitalism where they just decide what the prices are, and they work together on that. And I mean, Robert Malone guy says someone in the chat, or yeah, but they get signed from the big social media because they have another problem. You have only a few big social media left. You have the illusion of free social media, which there isn't. Like just Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Yeah. What else?
Basically, that's it. I mean, because here's the thing: most of the users are on these platforms, but and there's a big but. Twitter's not as big as you think it is.
No,
it's only about like 400 million users. That's it.
Yeah, but only 160 million daily active users, which is not that much. 160 million. It's like twice the size of Germany. You look at it worldwide.
Compared to the rest of the world, for sure.
Yeah.
It can be disrupted. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Twitter's one of those ones I just.
Twitter's far smaller than expected.
I didn't expect that, but I have noticed over the years how many fucking bots there are. There's millions of them. You know.
Even if you count those away, like the bots they can't detect, because there's plenty of bots they're not able to detect, right? And you have automated account creation services. That those aren't even bots, but they are just like there's these services that can create like 10,000s of accounts like an hour, like the whole time. So.
Oh yeah, that happened. Remember when that happened to me, and I told you all these people from the Middle East were following me, and they actually suspended my account for a little bit.
Yeah,
one of those bots picked up my account, was following it. There was every 15 seconds there was another 75 followers. That was crazy.
Yeah.
And they were all like Arabic bots following?
Yep, all Arabic bots. Yep.
Oh, we had it with the K-pop flood, right?
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, I mean, my old account, like half of its followers were like these K-pops. Well, for sure. It's like, with the George Floyd thing, all the K-pops jumped on it, and they started automatically following all these unknowns, and some of us got a lot from it.
No, that wasn't the George Floyd. It was the leak of a whole bunch of police records from, I think it was Blue Leaks, right?
Oh, Blue Leaks.
Yeah, I think it was Blue Leaks that spurred that, and then they, like, all the K-pop people kept saying, like, Anonymous are heroes, this and that, and started following everybody.
Yeah.
Well, that was during the George Floyd protests, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was a few anons who created all these accounts on TikTok and stuff, and they came from there. Like they didn't create the accounts; they renamed accounts to like anonymous accounts, and then they posted like videos on Pornhub and stuff too.
Yeah.
Like guy puts on a mask and fucks the whole world on Pornhub.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I've seen those. It happens all the time. When one guy fucks over a nation, it had a picture of Donald Trump. I remember that. And a Jit Pie. That was hilarious.
Yeah. So this is
I heard they're actually gonna try and reverse everything a Jit Pie did with the Title II with the internet. I think they're actually gonna try another smash at that one. And like
net neutrality?
Yeah, and then a Jit Pie ended up like going back to working for like Verizon or something.
Gotta keep that revolving door revolving.
Well, I mean,
Words
like
right out of my mouth.
Like he said, I mean, everything that we thought would happen kind of didn't happen with Title II with the internet, but it still kind of leaves the legal limbo as it being a. It really should be considered as a utility, not as a something luxury at this point, because even with IoT devices and everything, all sorts of weird medical devices that are hooked up to the internet, Title II should apply to the internet. It should be considered a utility at this point. I mean, how many people do you know that are completely dependent on the internet?
I just want to know why the fuck you would hook up a hospital equipment to the internet.
I know there's a bunch. That's a double whammy because of the security stuff, but at the same time, it also, with early monitoring and stuff like that, it does help. So.
I just think it's one of the stupidest things. I mean, it's like, you remember Barnaby Jack, and when he died, and he said that, he was going to a DEF CON conference, and he was going to expose what are those things? Pacemakers. He was going to expose the security in the pacemakers and how he could literally make somebody have a heart attack who has a pacemaker inside their body, and then he died. The reason he died for that... Yeah, well, the reason he died for that is because Dick Cheney, he's got 100 artificial hearts. Not really 100, but, But he's not the only one. And, exposing something like that, it'd be very detrimental to the security of hospitals and the security of these multinational not drug companies, what are they called? Medical technology companies that produce these pacemakers. It would.
I don't
kill a lot of
think
people's bills.
I don't think security was on the forefront of when they thought about that.
No. He literally said he could cause somebody to have a heart attack, and then he had a heart attack and died.
Yeah. That's almost as weird as how the Segway guy went out. Remember, he drove off a cliff.
No.
You didn't hear about that? Yeah, the owner of Segway, I think he literally ran off a cliff with the Segway.
What?
Yeah. You never heard about that one?
No.
Oh, I've heard it a few times. I never actually checked to see if it was true, but I've heard that a few times.
Well, if you never checked it to be true, I mean, it's probably just a joke.
I'd hope so, because I laughed at it several times. There's a lot of shit that shouldn't even be hooked up to the internet, you know? Monitoring devices for nuclear power plants and stuff like that, no.
I mean, anything related to your health.
Yeah, or nuclear power, you know?
That's a good one, too.
Underwater sea equipment that's or even I even thought about that with all the weird oil leaks that we've been having here off the coast. Like that, if it's hooked up to the internet, it could definitely be sabotage.
For sure. Then not only would the environment would be damaged in the process, and also your equipment would probably get lost. So
yeah, it seems like every other day we're hearing about an oil leak. All around that fucking orange coast.
yeah, coastlines are getting pretty fucked right now. It sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, and OC, of all places, I would have expected that out of LA, but not OC.
I'm not too surprised, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear about that, Gloria? They're still going to charge us $500 for using too much water, even though we're out of a drought.
That's insane.
Yeah, because people don't know. Well, not people, but like the government people or whoever's in charge of water management in Los Angeles and in the state of California, quite frankly, kind of suck at managing it.
Yeah, we've been saying for almost 20 years to build reservoirs and to expand, get the back of the Army Corps of Engineers and build more dams and stuff like that. We've been saying that for 20 years, and about desalination plants. And then it goes nowhere, you know. Like the people who are making the rules need to be fired.
What are they basing those $500 on then?
They're saying up front that it is a deterrent from making from people using. But I've been telling everybody this is a snatch and grab for money. That's all it is. It's a snatch and grab for money for the government and DWP.
I mean, average people aren't using the most. Well, I can't speak for Los Angeles specifically, but in California as a whole, I mean, a lot of the water usage, a significant part, is coming from the agriculture industry.
About 80% of it goes to agriculture.
Yeah, because they're farming a lot of water-intensive crops too, in a state that doesn't really have the same amount of water as a state like Florida or something.
Yeah, and like all of these farms out in the middle of the desert, their underwater rivers are running dry too. So
yeah, and
it wasn't sustainable.
They're getting a lot of water from the San Joaquin Delta, which is like, but
I've been saying this for years. Build a desalination plant, make it sustainable. Yeah, we'll kill a couple of fish species in the process, but in the grand scheme of things.
Whoa. You could do it without killing fish species.
Whenever you do something on those scales, something will be affected on some level.
Yeah, but you can't say that so casually.
Well, I mean, it's not on purpose. I mean, it can be mitigated. You know, we've done the same thing with rivers and salmon and moving them from one part of a river to another. I mean, it can be done, but
Well, the salmon population also got fucked up because a lot of farmed fish tanks were being put right outside of the deltas or rivers where salmon were essentially migrating from. So they would catch all the diseases coming from the farmed fish, and that kind of decimated a lot of the wild populations. Just on a tangent there, so.
yeah, I heard the California salmon population is really low, really low.
Yeah. Kind of fucking up their salmon stock.
I heard they were swimming down. They were for some weird reason they were swimming like the wrong direction in the river and killing themselves. That's what I heard.
Like they were swimming upstream instead of downstream.
So, something like that. Yeah.
Upstream to mate though.
Yeah.
Like they swim upstream as a part of their life cycle. So.
Yeah.
Some of them are some of them are just dying because of diseases.
Yeah, we also have that. What is it? I don't know. That wouldn't affect the salmon population. We still have that. A lot of people in the state don't know that all the water off of Long Beach is all toxic.
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't know that. Yeah, there's tons and tons of DDT underneath the fucking water. Tons of it. It'll take them 50 years to get it out of there. Oh, we have dead air. Did I lose connection?
Nah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But going back to where you said, I mean, re-water management with desal, I mean, it's possible to do it successfully. You just have to make sure that you're very careful about how you dispose of the extra brine and such and such.
Yeah, I think the state's solution is water recycling, and I go, that's ridiculous. Water recycling is not sustainable. I mean, yeah, it's great to have water recycling, but at the same time, you know, your supplies get diminished. The state doesn't get very much water.
Mm-hmm. It was raining recently.
It was. For a week.
It was. Yeah, there was like a solid week of rain. I was like, oh, okay, LA, you're getting there.
It's really bizarre, and then after that they announced that they were still going to charge just $500.
Yeah, rainwater retention systems, whatever they have for in LA, it's fucking ass. Like, it's so clear that no one in LA knows how to handle rain.
No, they don't. They don't know how to do it at all. It's almost comical.
Really is.
Hey, what are we doing? Did we cover everything?
We're just sitting here talking.
Yeah, because no, Fatman, are you still awake? Fandy
He's
man.
been muted for a while.
No, he's muted.
Okay.
Yeah, but he might still be able to hear us.
He can't hear us?
No, he can hear us. He just can't talk because he's muted.
Does he know he's muted?
Does now.
Can you type something in the chat, Fandy Man?
If under distress, send a signal.
So I was talking and muted myself. I think maybe he fell asleep. I have no idea what time it is over there. I never know. It's always a mystery to me.
Well, we can't end the show without talking about aliens, right? Disclosure or deception. New UFO Pentagon office divides believers.
Say that again? I didn't hear that one.
Disclosure or deception. New UFO Pentagon office divides believers. The U.S. government has once again comprehensively studied UFOs for decades, but not all ufologists are excited about a new Pentagon investigative office. So basically, they just opened a new office.
Yeah, it's basically. I heard the same thing. Yeah, it's another Project Blue Book intended to go nowhere.
Basically.
Yeah. The government knows what they are. We know what they are. They're just not going to say they don't know what they are. They're not going to say they know what they are. They're just going to say they don't know what they are.
Well, the military term for them is EDE, EBE. So, extraterrestrial biological entity and extraterrestrial dimensional entity.
Whoa, wait.
Notice. Both of those use the word entity.
Wait. I was always under the impression that all the fucking UFOs are like in outer space. You're talking about multi-dimensional?
They identify them by two types. They identify them by EBE, which is extraterrestrial biological entity, and then EDE, which is extraterrestrial dimensional entity.
I remember in college studying when I was in the physics, my physics teacher was talking about quantum physics. It was a polydimensional reality theory. Yeah. I didn't think that shit was real. I thought it was like fucking sci-fi shit.
No, the military knows. The military knows to a certain degree that some of this stuff is actually going on, and that we may have entities that are coming in and out of our dimension. And I think in part they don't want to tell the people because it's kind of.
Well, you know the evidence they have for that, for the polydimensional reality theory, is when they did the microwave image of our universe, our observable universe, and they found a huge absence of anything for almost 3 million light years, right? Or 3 billion light, or whatever the fuck it is. And one person's theory, or some scientists think that it might be another universe intertwining, overlapping with ours. And the reason there are no stars there is because the gravitational forces have moved the stars elsewhere. So,
it's an interesting concept, but yeah, I mean, that's the military terms that have been used over the years. It's well known in military circles that those two terms is basically how they determine what these craft are. That they use EBE and EDE, and they also used EBE allegedly during Roswell when that whole crash happened. And there was a whistleblower, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before or when it was, but there was a whistleblower that came out. He was like 80 or 90 years old, and he said that that he took the pictures of the alien after they had recovered it at Roswell. And he was a.
Are you talking about that guy who basically spilled the beans when he died? The scientist that spilled the beans.
No.
Okay.
No, you're talking about Boyd Bushman from Lockheed Martin.
Yeah. He spilled the beans. He basically fucking on his deathbed said everything. That was crazy.
Yeah. And he also used the term EBE too.
Yeah, like that guy, whatever that guy, everything that guy said was 100% believable. People on their deathbeds will usually say the truth, and that's just, I believe everything that guy said. There's no reason for him not to be lying on his deathbed and saying that.
He showed a picture of an EBE too, and ironically enough, years ago there was a film that was uploaded to the darknet. Mark knows what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure because I've showed it to him before. There's a extraterrestrial like video where it's a nurse with an alien, and
Yeah, I
the
remember.
alien that's in that video looks exactly like the alien that Boyd Bushman showed in a picture. Nobody pays attention to that shit, except for me. Very similar.
Why don't they just like knock on our door and say hello instead of like visiting like weirdos? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not an alien. I can't tell you.
I don't know either.
I'm still a little open on it because, of course, I believe in aliens. I just don't know if they actually are here visiting us. But I mean, it's possible. But also like that, they're also doing GMO experiments. Like
I'm 100% certain that we are being probed though with the Tic Tacs. 100%.
yeah, but also like I know also for a fact that they're doing GMO experiments on like engineering humans with like longer fingers and stuff. And they're engineering
Well, they're doing all
humans
types
too. Don't we?
Yeah. They're doing all types of. It's not GMOs though. That's
Yeah, with GMO I mean genetically modified organisms, right? So that can be humans,
Yeah.
right, I guess.
Yeah, but it's not actually really called GMO because the GMO stuff is more so food related that they use it. There's another term, I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the term either.
They're modifying humans.
Yeah, I'm not going to say gene therapy like these Bill Gates people are doing, but yeah. Because there's also being suggested that some of these like they're being bred in captivity. They're being like, okay, so they're not actually born naturally, so they have no human rights and stuff.
Oh, you mean like Plum Island all over again, eh?
Yeah.
What's that?
Plum Island was a supposed experimental center that was off the coast of, I think it was New York, right?
Yeah, they said there was some old Project Paperclip guy still working there, like old scientist.
Yeah, and they were running mixed human with animal experiments, and they were trying to fuse humans with animals in various different genetic experiments.
Well, genetically, we're too different. I mean, not unless you're using like a CRISPR machine or something like that, mixing the other DNAs with ours. But
I know what you usually feel is that it causes like cancers and all these heavy autoimmune diseases.
it's not that. It's just very difficult to mix two different species that are completely different from each other.
Yeah.
It's the only way to do it is through genetically modifying it.
Well, it was known as the Montauk experiments on Plum Island.
Yeah, but didn't also that virus come from there, or that disease that ticks spread?
What?
Lyme disease.
Supposedly, they said that, yeah, I've heard that before,
Because
but
it's like
there's
a little town is close to it, and the town is actually called Lyme or something, and it's actually close to.
Oh, the home of Lyme disease was I think started in Boulder, Colorado, I believe. Yeah, from the ticks.
They moved Plum Island, the Montauk, the Montauk experimental lab. They moved it somewhere else, Midwest. I don't know where. I can't remember off the top of my head, but you could probably try to look it up eventually and find it. A lot of this stuff, when you try to look it up now, you're like shit out of luck unless you know like information to kind of supplement your search, I guess.
That's been going on a lot lately, and not just related to this. I've noticed that over the past 5-6 years, a lot of stuff has been disappearing off the internet.
It is.
Yep.
It's definitely changing. And also the Google algorithms and stuff. In the past, it was pretty decent, to be honest. I could find like detailed.
I'm even seeing stuff from archive websites getting deleted, and I don't understand that.
Well, okay, so I'll explain it to you, right? So the EU first passed a law about having certain websites delete data, and then after that, the US passed a similar law, and ever since then, we've started having things deleted off archive.
But then you would arguing that people who are mentioned in these documents and whatever are requesting deletions of their names.
Yep.
Content. Okay.
Well, yeah, where I live, it's legal to do that.
So here too is GDPR. I can just request any information that involves my name and stuff to be deleted. But
yep.
Yeah, it has to be relevant. So did we say like people who are mentioned in these documents are probably getting it erased then? I guess, or people.
I've had to do it.
Instances.
I've had to do it for some things because some of my divorce documents somehow ended up on some fucking People Finder website, and I was like, how the fuck did that get there? I was like, Jesus Christ. I don't know. It was pretty easy to get my shit removed off the internet, but just some of the stuff that gets removed, it's like, do they know that they're just like erasing? Of course, they're doing it deliberately.
Yeah. Okay. So there is a key issue in this, and that is that you can actually request it to remove it to have it removed yourself, but you can also have someone representing you doing it. So it must be so certain like enterprises or like government operations doing it for everyone at once and stuff.
Yeah.
Like. Yeah, they remove all these documents at once. It just has to contain like 1 or 2 names, and then they can remove it.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, like we've noticed, like there's a lot of documents related to stuff with 9/11 that started vanishing. Like most people don't even fucking know about the vans with the murals painted on them, where it literally showed the towers getting hit with
the one in Colorado Springs, the weird at the fucking
they were the
one in Denver. Oh, the one in Denver?
No, the tri-state. They were driving around on the tri-state the day before 9/11 or a couple days before 9/11. And one of them was right after the plane had hit, and there was it was the day before. Right after right the day before 9/11, there was a van that was painted with a mural of the World Trade Center on the side of it with a plane crashing into it, and the van itself had bombs throughout the whole entire van, and the driver of the van was arrested and everything, and I mean, and most of that stuff's like vanishing off the internet. They were connected to urban moving systems. I'm pretty sure.
Is that urban moving systems also doing the bunker under Denver, Colorado?
Wait, what?
Oh, that's in. You're talking about the one in Cheyenne, NORAD. Yeah. Okay. NORAD. North America. It's the nuclear missile thing that where they monitor all the nuclear sites or nuclear missile sites or something like that.
Urban Moving Systems is a front company that was set up by Israeli citizens, and apparently Urban Moving Systems was connected to that van, and vans that were seen before 9/11 and driving around very suspiciously. I mean, you think it would be important to know that there was a van that was filled with explosives. I mean, Immortal Technique talks about it.
Yeah, there was a lot of weird stuff that came out of that, like the Illuminati playing cards. I've never actually like looked or seen an actual deck, but has anybody ever actually had their hands on one?
Yeah,
An
the Steve
Illuminati.
Jackson. Yeah, the Steve Jackson games. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, but when were those things made?
1990s.
How the fuck did that guy know all the shit that would happen in the next 15, 20 years? That's so fucking weird.
Michael Reconasuto.
So fucking weird. Out of a fucking playing card game. That's like almost as weird as The Simpsons predicting everything, but The Simpsons write cartoons on every subject, so it's predictable. But the Illuminati card game was very disturbing. Little more disturbing.
You know he got raided, right? Steve
No, I
Jackson
didn't.
Steve Jackson Games was raided by the Secret Service.
I bet, but you know, like I don't believe the whole Illuminati thing. Like that's like a Santa Claus win for me, but the whole how he got that information and how it came true was just fucking so weird.
Well, there was a lot of things that he predicted with the that card game, but yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, yeah, you got to realize that Alex Jones wasn't the first one to use the words New World Order. It was Michael Reconasuto, who was the whistleblower of Iran-Contra. He was the whistleblower of Promise. He was the whistleblower of October Surprise and other operations. And he was also the guy who developed the suitcase bomb. So, smart guy. And he was arrested for... what was it? No, he was arrested for meth. He was arrested for making meth in his trailer or something like that. And that made no sense.
Oh, that's a little weird.
No,
that's almost as weird as like how Bob Lazar got mixed up in that like prostitution ring. Like, what the fuck?
Those are both ways that the government would go after you.
Exactly. Yeah, because it makes no sense out of a guy like that.
Yeah, but in the case of Bob Lazar, yeah, it just shows that he's just a normal human being. He gets himself into weird circumstances all the time. But yeah, that's how they go after him. You make some mistake and you like he visits some prostitute once, and yeah, he's suddenly involved in a huge trafficking scheme or whatever. So that's how.
Yeah, they said he was like a ringleader of some like prostitution ring. I'm like, he looks like a fucking scientist. How could he be a pimp?
Yeah, this guy. No, he did this. Bob Lazar, he's always looked very serious and sincere too. He never asked like directly for money or something either. He didn't even
No,
get
never.
famous.
I don't think he ever made. I don't think he made a cent. I think the only thing he makes money off of the UFO story is he signs some of the UFO artwork that he's done. But other than that, I don't think he's really made a lot of money off of the whole UFO thing. He said it before that it actually ruined him financially.
Of course it did, but I mean, like, the thing is, like, that's how they would go after you. Is that they would use prostitution, they would use drugs, they would use, like, this is all stuff that Ted spoke about too. That he would say that they would use child pornography, they would use drugs, they would use prostitution. You know, that all types of ways to go after somebody. That's the way the government would do it. And when it comes down to it, like, if you go and read the what the fuck is it called now? I can't remember. Oh my god. The book by Sherry Marshall. It's The Last Circle. That talks about the murder of Danny Casolaro and all that he was investigating and how he was investigating a secret society that was basically running things, shadowy government type figures, and Michael Reconasuto, like, he talks about a whole bunch of stuff, and he also talks about, like, using biological weapons against people, this and that, and I mean, he talks about a lot of stuff, and that's the same guy who was the whistleblower for. Well, he wasn't a whistleblower, but he was in prison, and he warned Colin Powell from in prison that 9/11 was about to happen, and said that there was a cell from the base, which is basically means the dark side of the CIA, that were about to attack America, and that they were going to do it from a cell inside of New Jersey. Like, he goes so much into detail. If you read this, like what he said, there's no way in hell that he could have just predicted everything to the T.
Yeah, exactly.
So he had insider information, and the thing is, him and Ted back in the 1980s met with Tim Osman and sold him man pads to fight against the Soviets at the time. So this was back in the 1980s. And, Michael Riconosciuto met with Tim Osman and Ted at the time. And Ted is the one who basically got the message out to Colin Powell and warned him about 9/11, but then they did nothing. And I personally think, and I don't have proof of this, but I think that in some way Colin Powell was either involved or just basically shrugged it off and said, it's nothing. This is a guy in prison from years ago. He's a whistleblower. He's a crazy guy. Weird. This is a weird message to get from somebody in prison. I'm not going to look into it any further. But yeah, I mean, he warned directly Colin Powell. I think it was 7 or 9 months before 9/11, something like that, and said where the attack was going to come from. He also said that there was 37 Soviet missiles that were smuggled in from Argentina into Canada, and that they were going to be used to shoot at targets. And I'm just saying, ain't no way that a plane hit the Pentagon, man. There's no plane-sized wing hole. There would be if a plane hit the Pentagon, the wings would make a wing-size hole. It wouldn't just be a giant circle. A giant circle says a missile, But yeah, so I mean, he said all this stuff before 9/11, and I mean, he's a well-known figure, whistleblower, and he was former CIA tech, I think. Basically, he worked on Promise software and worked on all this other stuff.
Oh yeah, Promise. I haven't heard that one in a long time. That word.
Yeah, well, he was the whistleblower. He was the whistleblower behind Promise, and if you look into what happened during Promise, it's very interesting because one of the guys who was close to Riconosciuto, and he was involved somehow with gun smuggling, and also involved with I think it was a journalist, Ian Spiro. He had been handed a whole bunch of documents by Michael Riconosciuto, and he ended up dead too. He ended up actually in his car. I think it was in his car, shot or something. I forget what it was. He was in his car, shot, or found 5 feet away from his car, shot, or I don't remember what it was off the top of my head, but it was very interesting. So.
I got you.
Hey, one Yankee said, I saw Pentagon 2 weeks later. No way it was a plane.
It doesn't, there's no way. It doesn't make any sense. Where would the wing size hole go, And we know from, also, this is interesting too, is we know
How
from...
did Tower 7 fall? Exactly.
Oh well, they said they broadcasted it. Like I didn't understand that either. I don't understand that.
Building 7 fell because of office fires, guys, that led to chemical thermal expansion in steel beams, whatever the fuck NIST said. That was totally bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's fine, NIST, fine, okay. But how did the BBC know that that motherfucker was going down? Because they reported it before it even did, and it made no sense how they would know. And I don't know if that was like I don't want to blame like journalists for like having foreknowledge of that. Like I don't understand that honestly. It's just a coincidence, but it's very interesting. How the BBC basically reported and said, Building 7 just fell, and it's right behind them, and you could see it. And then all of a sudden, it starts collapsing. Like, I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand how you can make such a screw up as a journalist that saying that, hey, there's another building that just fell, but hey, it's right behind me, it hasn't fallen yet, you know?
Yeah, that's almost as weird as when Bush was reading the thing to the kindergarten kids, and he said something about 9/11, about the towers falling, and he didn't even know the towers had fallen yet. Remember that?
He was reading a book.
Yeah.
He was reading a book, and he was also a few minutes before he was doing a spelling bee or something, and then the teacher was like, "All right, students, steel, plane, fire, explosion." Like I don't know if explosion was one of them, but it was just fucking weird, man.
Fucking weird, dude.
There's just some weird coincidences with 9/11 that just don't make sense.
No, they don't. Not the slightest bit. There's a lot of weird stuff about that day.
Well, yeah, and plus the 37, was it over 30? I'll say over 30 different drills that were going on that day. That it's just so convenient.
Yeah, that was what the Air Force was doing with the fucking fake blips. That was a bullshit story.
Yeah. So, what I always think, like, I know many of these listeners are not really into this 9/11 conspiracy stuff. Maybe it's even before their time, but it is very important to actually mention this, because now we are dealing with police brutality, and now we are dealing with the destruction of our human rights. But it didn't start with the COVID stuff. Like, it started to go really
it started
fast.
with 9/11.
Yeah, it
started 9/11. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when it went really fast. Like they had this whole Patriot Act thing going on, and they put cameras up everywhere, forced ID cards, surveillance. They were allowed to kick in your doors. They were allowed to censor the internet, screen it for terrorist or dangerous content and whatever. And it just continued after on. And people at some point were just done with it a bit, and then they just switched to this whole virus thing. But we've been losing human rights ever since. So
yeah, I remember before 9/11, you could get away with a whole bunch of shit. After 9/11, you can't get away with anything.
Yeah, I was able to walk on the streets anonymously. Like, I was used to. I mean, there was no camera on the street. I would only take my ID card with me if I wanted to do like some kind of like a subscription thing, or like open a bank account or something. For the rest, I didn't take it with me. Like, I didn't need it.
Now you need it.
I was very happy just walking on the street, and no one actually knew who you were. Like, if you went to some city or whatever.
Yeah, now you're walking down the street. They have facial recognition software, license plate recognition software.
Can take your temperature.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and it just slowly moved into our lives. Like, yeah.
Can take your temperature without your consent. That part is important.
Oh, yeah, that too. But I did that.
Oh, with FLIR cameras, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty easy with the infrared cameras.
I actually noticed that for the first time in London, that they were like measuring the temperature from a distance, which was very strange. I hadn't seen that before.
Oh yeah, they've been able to to do that with military technology for a long time now. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. So I was in a bar in London, and it was like just around like when the COVID thing was really going wild, right? At least they were claiming, and they were all getting scared. And then they didn't have like a PCR thing going on. They used like a remote temperature thing, like a laser temperature thing, and it was like at the door, and it would screen you if you had like fever.
Yeah, they did the same thing when I was in Istanbul. Everywhere in Istanbul, they had those things. And they give you, you have to scan your HES codes too, which is like a QR code that you have to scan in front of these. What were they? Yeah, to get into the mall, they check your temperature remotely. Yeah, it's an automated machine. Yeah.
Actually, the temperature checking makes more sense to me than the forced QR code stuff. The same.
Oh yeah, if you were sick, they just told you to go to the hospital. That was it.
Yeah.
I don't know, but they still had the curfew thing going on, which I don't understand the whole curfew thing. Like that doesn't stop the spread of anything. That's fucking.
It doesn't come out past 10 p.m., Tyler.
Yeah,
I mean, it does come out past 10
when they
p.m.
locked down LA, and remember when everything was shut down at like 9 o'clock for weeks. Like that made no sense to me. Like,
yeah,
why?
no, and they tried the curfews everywhere, really, especially because it was coming right as the George Floyd protests were all popping off, and everything kind of like fed into each other because people were fed up from the pandemic, so they were also protesting that too at the same time as it was a whole clusterfuck in 2020 of protests. But that's when the curfews came out, and they would do like the dumbest shit too. In Broward County, they set a 9 o'clock curfew and then didn't notify people of it until it was like 9:40 or 10 or something ridiculous like that.
Oh yeah, at my work we had to get more supplies and shit, and one of our vendors had to shut down because of the whole fucking shit. That was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it seems really weird to me, especially when like the small stores were forced to close, but like the McDonald's was like open till like 3 at night or something. It was like
yeah, but then the 7-Elevens were all shut down. It didn't make any sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, there was nobody at the gas stations. There was nobody. There was a few days there when they implemented the fucking lockdown where it was just a shit show. You couldn't if you were hungry, you weren't getting anything that day. You couldn't go to the store. You couldn't go anywhere.
Weird. These governments are and now they're getting a bit more used to it, like lockdowns, stopping lockdowns, then a month later lockdown again. Yeah. And
the lockdowns were a bad solution. That's like the old analogy that you get sick because it's cold. The weather is cold. That has no correlation between each other. The only correlation is human behavior and coldness. They stay closer together. That's why they get sick more often.
Yeah. Okay, but so look, we have a lockdown here now too. It ends in like 4 days, right? But they say it's because of that Omicron Persia 8 thing. And they say like we have to lock everything down for safety. And in Belgium, there's no lockdown at all. And there's like open borders. And this is not like in America where you have to travel like a super huge distance. No. If I travel like 200 miles down, I'm already in Belgium. It's like they can't pretend this is actually helping anyone. This is the only thing this is doing is destroying small businesses because, yeah, sorry, like every Belgian person without like lockdown can just walk in. You can still go to Belgium, like, yeah. There is no like the border checks or so. They're only like at like 2 or 3 highways. It's like a border check, but for the rest there's no border check. They don't have people for that. They need the people in the street to beat up people. Like they don't have that. They have like border checkings.
I mean, I just want to point out that this is now 2 years into this.
Yeah.
Really?
Because more fucked up every time. Like even in the first few weeks, I also like supported most of these measures and stuff. But after like a while, it becomes really annoying. Like it doesn't make any sense anymore, and it becomes like really intrusive in the same way as this whole 9/11 stuff. even worse, of course. But I mean, it's the same annoying way that they're like, implementing all of this in our lives, and it's
Maybe if they just admitted that it came from a lab, that people would ever, we would all just be like, okay, all right, it came from a lab. There's a lab experiment out there that is causing people to die. Maybe if the government was honest, then people wouldn't. Maybe they would understand. They would understand what the government's doing and why the government's doing it.
Well, maybe if it would be coming from like a person like a Bill Gates and the programmers and these people and some healthcare professionals, and they would say like, well, actually, we now have a way to do a gene therapy and eventually cure all forms of cancer for you. Take this voluntarily, and we don't lock anything down. We don't do anything. It has nothing to do with some virus. No, we just want to do this fucked up gene therapy. We need to do it through like an adenovirus or whatever, so your body doesn't respond to it. And then you can be 50 years from now, if we can test on you all of this stuff, we can cure all of cancer or whatever, right? If they just say that, there's plenty of people who would do it.
Yeah. Superhuman powers, right?
Yeah, they can just say that. Like we have this brilliant idea. Like we are programmers, we make Microsoft Windows, right? We can program you because Microsoft Windows is such a great program, and then we can program your genes and cure all the diseases, and you will be a superhuman too. You can jump twice as high and stuff. Everything.
I don't know. I think.
I don't know, man. If you tell me I can double jump, I might say, all right, let's do it.
Do enough drugs and you can double jump.
It's kind of epic.
I'm flying! No, you're falling.
No, I'm flying!
I seriously remember that, being like 15 years old and doing LSD and skateboarding and thinking I was fucking weird.
But you weren't double jumping, you know.
No.
I'd take flying over double jumping, though.
Yeah.
I mean, really? I mean, you'd be able to just, like, do crazy-ass flips and shit, like...
You could do crazy-ass flips flying, too.
Yeah.
Good point.
You're not actually double jumping or flying or doing crazy ass flips. You just look like a crazy person. Yeah.
Well, that's if you're on drugs, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Why didn't they just do it like that? And I think plenty of people would have done it. Like they would have plenty of like society going into that whole gene therapy session thing.
Yeah. Look, guys, we're gonna modify human beings with transhumanism, and we're gonna give you guys the ability to double jump, see through walls, fly, and maybe shoot lasers out your eyes.
Yeah, but also, if you say like with gene therapy we can cure all forms of cancer and stuff, that automatically means like you're increasing the lifespan of some people to 130, 140 years old, right? There's like 1/3 of people or something.
We don't want to increase to that, yeah.
I don't want to live that long, no.
No, but it means that it does mean that at like 80 years old you still look like 40 or something.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean if you double the lifespan you will look like different.
At least Prince Philip, the guy who is friends with what's his name? Jimmy Savile. Yeah, him. At least he's dead.
True.
But not Henry Kissinger.
That guy's like got a deal with Satan.
Is Henry Kissinger dead or still alive?
No, he's alive. He's got a deal with Satan.
He's still alive.
He can't die, that guy.
Yeah, he like I said, he has a deal with Satan. Satan doesn't want him to go to hell, so he's like, stay here on Earth.
He's 98 years old.
I thought that was Dick Cheney. He's on like his 8th
Him
heart.
too. Him too. Yeah. Him too. Him and Henry Kissinger. They both got deals with Satan, and he doesn't want them in hell, so he wants to keep them on Earth. So. Yeah.
You know what, Satan? I don't even blame you.
I'm not Satan.
No, I'm talking like to metaphorical Satan.
Oh, all right. Just had to clarify there. I was just a messenger. They're honestly they are old. They are on the bucket. They are on the bucket. Soon the bucket will kick.
Can't live forever. Or can you?
If Mark's idea and they take it and say, "Hey guys, we wanna run some experiments on you. It's for gene therapy. We want to give you superpowers. We want to give you the ability to live longer. We want to take cancer and throw it in the trash can."
Yeah. Because Elon Musk is doing it. I mean, Elon Musk is saying like I can cure epilepsy. He can cure like all kind of things. He can cure like.
It's because they're starting to mess with shocking electrodes on the brain, and they're starting to figure out, hey, if you shock this area on the brain and this area in the brain at the same time, there's this effect where it helps to cure epilepsy and this and that. I mean, like, and blindness. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
Where the blindness is starting to no longer be a thing because we can now make people see.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be like a race between like these techno transhumanists and these genetic transhumanists.
Yeah. Call them biohackers right now.
Yeah, biohackers and like, Elon Musk is like more like doing it with technology, increasing like the power of humans, but they are doing it through like biology.
Yep.
Yeah, most of the biohackers though, they're doing it in their garages though. At this point, a lot of the core, like the guy that you talk about, Josiah Zane, who made his own, is doing own genetic experiments on him with using his own CRISPR machine, and then he developed the mRNA vaccine for COVID, and they took him off, and he made it himself and documented it on YouTube, and then YouTube removed him.
You can't have the ability to make vaccines available for everybody. That would be a bad thing for our pharmaceutical giant masters.
Oh, because he was making it in his garage, yeah, or his lab in his garage.
If it was accurate, I mean, if it actually,
Yeah, he used to work for NASA, so it was probably legit. He's got a master's degree in something or other.
Okay, how come Elon Musk has a net worth of like 300 billion now? And how come he makes 36 billion in a day?
What?
Yeah, that's what it says. On December 20, he owns.
He has. Okay, so he has Tesla. He has SpaceX. He has Neuralink. He has another other company that I can't remember off the top of my head.
Oh, the one left over from PayPal. Yeah, I think he still has a little finger in there, some as well.
He also, he still has a little bit of stock of PayPal. He still has, what is it? What did I say? I said SpaceX, Tesla. What's the other one I'm forgetting? Not Neuralink. There's another one.
The Boring Company.
No. He also has that solar company. I can't remember what it's called.
Not a
his
flamethrower.
dad owned an emerald mine in South Africa. That doesn't have to do with his current earnings, but it definitely gave him a leg up.
Yeah. that's true, but hey, everybody likes to think that he came from a poor family and made it in life.
He's the cool billionaire. He's self-made.
Yeah.
Oh, Solar City. No, it's not Solar City. It's what is it? It's fuck is it? The other solar company he owns. And my point being is that he owns a whole bunch of billion-dollar companies. So yes, he's gonna get paid shit ton of money every frickin' day.
Yeah, so and I don't feel Elon Musk is like completely self-made. That's not true because he worked with Peter Thiel early on at PayPal and stuff, and Peter Thiel that's just a state investor, like intelligence. So, and then later on,
He founded PayPal. Musk, Thiel, and I forget the other guy.
Yeah, they're paper mafia. They work together since the start, and
well.
Yeah, and then you have Elon Musk. He didn't invent Tesla and electric batteries and whatever. There's two guys.
Yeah, he bought it. Yeah, he bought it from two guys. Yeah.
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 He didn't.
Same thing he did with that solar company. I can't remember.
He just buys that stuff with money. Okay, the most you can say he's a smart investor, a smart buyer of companies, and promoter. He's good at promoting too.
Well, you saw that, or did you see that memo that went out in SpaceX saying that they were bankrupt?
Yeah, but that's always good as a business person to be bankrupt on paper, right? Like to avoid taxes.
I mean, yeah, but not when your company is an aerospace company. Like, you're saying your aerospace company is bankrupt? That's pretty bad.
Yeah. I get that. And for investors, it's bad. Like, yeah, stock value might go down, but yeah, it depends on like your personal wealth. Like, if they know like you have someone like Musk backing it with like 300 billion wealth, yeah, bankruptcies might not instantly be destructive to it. Like you have all these loans or whatever. Like, think about like real estate, right? Like, let's say you make like $10,000 profit a month, right? And you buy all this expensive real estate, and you have to pay off like the mortgages over these real estate, right? And on paper, you will always be in loss. Like, you never make a profit, but you're still making a lot of money because in the end, you'll have all that real estate.
Yeah, I get you. I get the what's company that does it all the time? AK, Home Depot Home Depot goes bankrupt every 6 or 7 years. They do it on purpose.
Yeah,
it's true.
But Donald Trump too. Like, he gets himself he gets himself the most expensive real estate in New York, and on paper he makes like a lot of losses and stuff. But in the end, he still owns like the super huge real estate, which is valued like incredible amounts.
Well, I know that there's still a loophole in taxes where you can literally take your stock gains or crypto gains and invest it into real estate and then not have to pay anything.
You know what? One of my dad's friends did that actually this year. He made like a couple million on Bitcoin, and then bought a house. And I remember talking to him about like taxes, and he said something like that.
Yeah, it's a loophole. I was told to take advantage of it myself and invest in real estate, but I didn't do anything last year. So since I didn't do it last year, it won't carry on till when you actually when you trigger it. So
yeah, but I think he paid in Bitcoin though. I think that's the key.
Yeah.
It never actually converted into real money.
I
think that was a key.
No,
yeah. Like anybody gets taxes, like including here, I think it's that Bitcoin is like seen as like property, like a gold ring.
Yeah.
So you can exchange it, and when you can't put it to fiat currency, then you're fucked.
No. I was told you transfer it either into an IRA, where you can take off $10K a year, or no, $7K a year, or you can swap it out to cash, and then buy real estate. And the real estate that you buy, you then can deduct from your gains that you made. So it equals out to where, for most people at least, it equals out to where, you don't have to pay that much of tax. Like, trust me, because, like, I made a lot of fucking money last year. I probably made, like, upwards of, like, 5 million, and, my taxes were, like, 500K, and that's just on gains. And, like, I've been trying to do everything that I fucking can to lower my taxes. That whole
Get married.
Get married?
Yeah. Or adopt a kid or something. Then you have a dependent.
I don't know what the fuck I gotta do, man, but...
Yeah, adopt a kid and bring him back the next week. And then you got a dependent.
Just found a revolution in our country.
Yeah.
I like Lukey's answer.
I think that would be a tax deduction.
Or you know what I actually did once? I once asked an ex-girlfriend if I could use her as a dependent, and she was cool with it. Yeah, that really helped me out like 14 grand one year.
Can't you buy like a really expensive NFT of like a red dot or something?
That's not a tax write-off.
I don't know.
No, like, I mean, you could...
But it's money laundering.
No, that's not how the money laundering works with that. The money laundering works like this. I'll explain how it works. Is that a whale sells a really expensive NFT for like 99 cents and then uses another profile that they control and buys that NFT. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, all this is satire, of course. It doesn't actually exist.
No, that really does exist. That's not satire. That's actually how people are using the NFT space to money launder things.
Yeah,
I'm not saying fucking do it. I'm not saying fucking do it. I'm just saying that's how they are doing it.
Never do this at home.
Yeah, don't do this at home. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't fucking do it, so don't do it. If I don't do it, don't do it. There you go.
Yeah, don't launder money. You'll end up in prison for a long time.
Yeah, because let me say,
Don't do
like, explaining money laundering and stuff and all this stuff get you banned quicker than any bad...
I'm not explaining money laundering. I'm just saying what people in the NFT space are doing right now, and it is technically legal, and there's no way that they can do anything against it because like you can't prove that X person owns Y wallet that is buying it from themselves. So yeah.
Not even with KYC. Like everything went. I think everything's going.
I mean, if the other wallet, if the other wallet is KYC'd, yeah. But if the wallet's not KYC'd, how the fuck are you gonna prove it? You can't.
You can't. Yeah. There's a lot of places still on the internet that don't do KYC, and those are I love them. I love crypto places that don't use KYC.
Yeah, Prime XBT, for example, is a good one. It doesn't have it.
Yeah, I mean, all the exchanges seem to be doing it.
They'll all have it. They'll all have it by the mid of this year or next year.
Yeah.
That's for
You know,
sure.
what also has been weird is I've been finding it harder for me to get on exchanges overseas. That was easy 2 years ago. Now it's getting more difficult. Remember when I was telling you I had to get rid of all my fucking accounts in China?
Yep.
Yeah, that was okay. It was like literally like all the exchanges were telling me I had like 60 days to get rid of my accounts, and I was like, Jesus Christ, they're really cracking down on that shit. How many times has Binance moved around? A lot, right?
Yeah, they just moved into Dubai.
Oh, they're safe there. As long as you keep on paying money in Dubai, nobody will bother you.
Dubai, they just moved into Dubai just now.
Dubai's crypto friendly too.
Yep. Yeah, that's where a lot of people are. That's for sure. Not as ridiculous taxes of like 40% each crypto trade for short term, and then 20% for fucking long term. Like, what? I don't know when people are going to realize that the government is robbing them. When your government's trying to take 37%, 40% from you, pretty sure that's like constitutes as robbery, but you know.
Oh, in Dubai?
No, in the U.S.
On the U.S. I was going to say
US for
How
crypto.
else are they going to fund those Boeing and Raytheon contracts?
Cocaine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the quick answer to that, guys. Probably true.
Well, I mean, like, honestly, it's just fucking ridiculous, man. Like, I was like, 37 to 40% every trade. Are you like what? I'm like, how the fuck am I ever gonna pay this? Like, what? Like, I had no idea. I knew it was gonna. I thought it was like 37-40% of all your trades combined, not every trade taxed like that.
Basically, my dad told me this is that once you start trading like at that level, just consider 50% of your income taxable. Seriously, you're doing trades like that. Yeah, 50. If once you start making that kind of money, 50% of your income's all taxable. That's the shitty part.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. But if you're making like billions of dollars, then you know, taking
you
off
get to save it all. Yeah, if you make $1 billion, you can save it all. If you're making millions, half of your money goes away. That's the unfortunate. It's only the upper part of the society that ever really gets away with murder as far as tax laws are concerned.
Well, yeah, because then you can buy a whole bunch of fucking real estate with that billions of dollars, and you keep it all.
Yeah, the poor stay poor and the rich stay richer.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying with this 40%, or 37%, it's actually 37% of short-term trades. I mean, if you make short-term trades, right, you're paying 37%, but that's only the federal part. That's not your state part. Your state part is another fucking, like, well, depending on your state, but some states is up, like, as much as 15%. So in total, you're paying more than 50% to the federal and your state. What?
I heard New York is really bad when it comes to crypto, taxing crypto on the state level.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane that they want to take more than 50% of your gains that you make. Nuts.
What if you cashed out in another country?
Then you would have to, one, go to that country, and two, revoke your citizenship, and three, you'd have to pay taxes for the year in the U.S. Because if you don't pay the taxes for the year in the U.S., you'd end up like John McAfee being chased around the world.
But you don't have to be a citizen in every country to get a bank account. Some countries they don't even. It's not even required. I'm just saying that there's a will, there's a way. It's just a lot of hoops to jump through.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, if you cash out in another country and you don't pay taxes in the U.S.
Yeah, I know. It's not easy moving big money like that. I know. Yeah, anything over like 10 grand is hard to move around.
Yeah. No, anything over 5K. I mean, and now with the law that Biden just signed, anything over $500.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that? Did you see that law?
I heard about it.
You know why that law was signed?
Yeah.
No, I don't. So why? So they can just eavesdrop more on what we're spending?
That law was signed because people are using PayPal and Venmo and Cash App to basically launder money, and it's mostly just cam girls doing it. But
yeah, I was going to say it's difficult to do it. To even if you're, I think on Venmo, if your transaction is more than $999, like they flag the transaction. So
Yeah, but that's not. What's been going on is that all these like cam girls are just basically laundering money, and they're not paying the IRS their fee because it was all kind of basically being ran through like the Cash App and through Venmo and stuff like that, and PayPal, and I think Patreon too. But anyway, so because they were using these apps for that, is basically the reason why Biden signed a $500 suspicious transaction. If it's not basically if you spend $500,
yeah,
then you get like the company has to file a report. Anything over $500. So that's $500 a year.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna be in a lot of trouble. Somebody's gonna be looking at me a lot. Oh god.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what it is, but
I was gonna say because I do those at least once or twice a month. Big transactions like that.
no, yeah, well then they're reporting you to the government, but that reporting you doesn't mean that you're in trouble. It just means we're following the law. They're reporting you to make sure there is no suspicious transactions, basically.
You know what's also weird? Have you ever tried to like cash out all the money in your bank account and then getting a super flack from the banks? You ever done that?
Yeah, they don't let you.
I've done that too. They won't let you do it. I know. They won't let you walk out with more than like $10,000 in cash.
Yeah, they won't let you do it. Yeah, exactly.
It's ridiculous. They don't want you to have your own money.
So then, why would you? You know that's the argument for using crypto. If you can't control fully all of your money at once, right? Why the fuck would you even put it like? You put it into a bank and you get like 1% interest every year, right? You put it in crypto and with DeFi, I mean, you can get like fucking
Sky's the limit.
ridiculous APR,
Yeah, sky's
man.
the limit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like legitimate, let's say legitimate APR, right? So,
Okay.
legitimate APR, you could probably get up to like 60% APR. That's a lot more than 1%. You know, like
Yeah.
you could take $1,000 and you could turn that into $6,000, or you could take $10,000 and turn that into 60,000, or 60,000 and turn it into 600. You know?
Yeah.
Or I think I did. No, I did the math wrong on that. Whatever. I'm tired, man.
Me too.
You get the point, though. You get the fucking
Yeah.
point. That's my point. My point is that you make more money in crypto than you do keeping your money in a fucking bank. So why keep it in a bank?
These banks
Yeah, that
don't even
1%
have,
interest. Even if you had like $1 million, what are you getting?
and these banks don't even have all your money.
No, they don't.
They're only like forced to like keep like a reserve of like 10% these days, which they still don't, by the way. So that's why they don't want you to take all your money out, because they don't have it for all their clients. If everyone does it, they will be quickly empty. It's like they don't have it. They put it in investments and stuff. But
I've heard that that only 10% of all of the money that's supposed to be out there is actually out there, and like 90% of it is all on a hard drive. Yeah, like,
Derivatives.
Yeah, it's all digital.
It's all derivatives and Libra. Yeah.
well, here too, but like you can actually see it because they make like new banknotes, right? New money the whole time, and each time they do that, like the amount of currency they issue is lower than the time before. Like you had like if they issue like a few million 50 euro bills or something, right? Then when they replace it, it's only going to be like a few 100,000 a few years later. Like the actual cash money becomes less and less. it's all digital, right? And it becomes like completely, they're very easy to manipulate. So,
Well, that's the point. Is they want you to literally go towards all digital currency, so that when they can just turn you off at any time. I mean, that's literally what it's going to boil down to. They'll shut down. They'll get rid of your way to pay for anything.
yeah. Yeah, I remember early on when they just started with like the euros, they even had like 500 and 200 euro bills, if I'm correct. They don't exist anymore. They don't exist anymore. They're all taken out of the market. So it's now like 50 or 100 is like the highest value. So yeah. Okay, they don't want cash money.
Yeah, I was hearing that on the radio a few days ago. Physical money is actually disappearing. All going towards digital.
Yeah, and I've also read, and I think this is correct, that in like a certain 20 euro banknotes, there's also like these tiny RFID chips. You're saying?
Yeah, that's quite possible.
Yeah, because people have been testing it by putting them in a microwave and stuff, and then they like
really,
then they like literally explode. Yeah, there's these little YouTube videos and stuff about it too. So they explode the microchips out of it. Yeah. It used to be a conspiracy thing, but you see it at a certain the numbers on these notes. They have to start with a certain number. You can look into it again. It's a while ago, but I think it's only with the 20 euro bills, and I think that is that those are the bills that are being like faked most by people.
Oh yeah.
They make fake notes of it, but they actually do count exactly like how much these bills are used and stuff. So, yeah, everything's being tracked already.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, here's the thing. Like China, they just I don't know if you know or not, but they just rolled out the digital yuan into WeChat. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. WeChat is the most popular in China.
Yeah, it is.
So they are now fully rolling out the digital yuan in China, while the U.S. is kind of kicking the can down the road in the public. But in the shadows, the U.S. has been working on a test digital currency for the past couple of years, since 2016, when they tested it on in a secret meeting with Wall Street and all these big companies and MasterCard, Visa, all these big banks and everything else. I mean, they tested digital currency already. And they did this in 2016, and then earlier this year, or not this year, last year, I mean, probably over the summer, they did a test experiment on the digital dollar with MIT and a whole bunch of other big organizations, where they tested the digital dollar, and they ran experiments on how the whole entire ecosystem would work, and how it would work with the dollar and everything, and this and that. I mean, and in the public, they're saying that, oh, we don't need a digital dollar. We don't see a need for it. But behind the scenes, they've been working on it for several years already. And China already has it out. And, they have their own digital currency. And then India, I believe, has had it for a while, but it hasn't been like main adoption, I guess. And there's some other countries that are getting ready to roll it out too. So I mean, the digital dollar or digital whatever fiat currency is going to become a reality, and it's going to be a lot quicker than people realize. And I would estimate that the U.S. has to release a digital dollar this year or next year, at early next year, to compete with China, because China is already ahead of everybody.
Yeah, I heard they were going to roll out with the digital currencies. I heard the same thing the next few years.
Well, I talked to somebody at the Bank of International Settlements. We'll call Basil. And Basil said that basically that the world powers, or Biz, and the what's it called, the World Bank, are working towards a digital currency and trying to catch up to China, because they're worried. They're worried about China surpassing them and becoming the world reserve currency using this digital yuan. And I kind of think that may be why we started to see some movement with the whole Evergrande thing and the other collapses of real estate in China. I think that was kind of a rug pull by the Western nations on China, to be honest, in some ways. And I think that Russia and China know that the West is trying to attack them, and Russia and China actually, they just launched a partnership initiative for detaching the Western world from their economy, where Russia and China will work more closely together. I don't know if you saw that or not. It was a thing that happened right before Christmas, I believe. It was like December 15th. But yeah, so Russia and China launched this initiative. And then at the same time, the IMF, World Bank, and a whole bunch of other entities, they met together and they tested a cyber attack on the world's financial infrastructure. Very interesting. Nobody has any comments, I guess.
Oh, I do, but I'm just falling asleep. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically me too. I've actually got to jump off. It's 2:30 here. I got to get up early.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, let's end it. We'll be back later.
Where's Mark?
Oh no.
Did he fall asleep too?
Who?
Movie.
Oh, sorry. You guys, I was talking without. I was talking already, but I forgot to press the shift button, so you guys couldn't.
So you were talking to yourself in the dark.
You know, the people on the stream heard it.
Oh, don't say it like that, AK.
Like the people on the stream heard me reply, but you guys couldn't hear me. It's the OBS. It's like the input is also from my mic, right? So. Yeah. I was saying like, yeah, okay, we'll just end it and then.
Yeah, it's time to end it.
Okay.
But I would say, just be on the lookout, because the digital fiat currency is coming sometime, and within a period for the U.S. and EU, it's coming sometime within the next, either this year or next year. It can't be any further than that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm convinced that this is why they're doing these lockdowns, to have like the small companies die out and remove like the real, I want to say real, it's not even real, but the like the paper money. So yeah. And then they can launch it and everyone will be hooked to it. Maybe they do it before that already. I don't know, Crypto AK.
It kind of seems like it's coming, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you see when these major people get into it, like Elon Musk and stuff, the richest people, and well, the publicly richest people on the planet, yeah, it means something.
Well, they don't want to give up their wealth. That's why they don't want to give up their wealth to crypto, because crypto makes other people who weren't in their circles, richer.
Sure.
It decentralizes not only just wealth, but it decentralizes power, and it also decentralizes governance for certain protocols. So, for instance, the Ethereum name service, ENS, which is basically decentralized domain, right? They did a governance drop, and if you just bought like a few domains, then you would have made thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And you would have held that governance in that network, right? So it's multiple different things here. It's
Yeah,
a
the
power
kind of
struggle.
increases I've seen in crypto with like the percentages, like such amounts, I haven't seen anywhere else yet. The only thing that came close was like the bubble real estate in my own country. It was very similar as that. And I'm talking about buying farmland close to the cities, cheap, right? And then waiting until there is like a change of development plan on it, and then your farmland that you bought for 1,000 would suddenly be worth 500,000, right? Because there comes like a building destination on it. I mean, you can sell it as real estate for homes. Well, it was designated farmland or forest land, for example.
Right.
And that would increase the value. That there was a lot of money in that. That used to be how the real estate investors would make a lot of money in my country. I think in most of Western Europe. But for the rest, that crypto is even bigger than that. Like, yeah, talking about like what Bitcoin going from like below 1 cent to like, yeah, about 70,000, and other currencies are doing similar things. So, yeah.
Right.
But yeah, there's also a thing. Okay, that's what they used to do. Like, yeah, you buy the cheap forest land and whatever, and then you wait till like the local government says like we want to expand our city or our town, right? And we put a building designation on it, and you would make like such a huge amount of money on it, like millions and millions of land that cost you practically nothing, worthless land. So yeah. I'm not sure if that's a thing in the USA because you have so much more land. So, yeah.
Right.
Okay, well, it was an episode. Maybe we discussed like police brutality for like half an hour, and we discussed like all kind of other stuff. But I hope it was worth listening to for listeners.
And make sure to spam neuter all your politicians and lobbyists and military contractors and bankers and royalty.
Did you say spay or did you say spam? Because I heard spam. I heard spam.
That's what I said.
I knew it. I thought you said